My weekend's going pretty good so far. Definitely ready for some action this morning. I'm looking forward to this one. I think we might have ourselves a decent match on our hands. Who knows here? See what we got. They're hunting for it. Well, I think we're to the north here, a lot of flat land. From where these guys are fighting, and basically to the north, it's all flat with a lot of mountains to the south. I think we're going to see this thing form up somewhere in and around north of Bullseye. I don't know. Maybe I know in the past we've seen both of these teams use the mountains to try to get lost as the match kind of develops. So I'm not sure if we'll see one side kind of turn things in that direction. But I think with the airframes we're seeing, getting those sensors, the best picture they can get is in the best interest of both these teams. So I'm assuming we're going to hopefully see some good altitude retention here even after those first initial engagements, and see these guys kind of mix it up. I do agree, though. I think the inconsistency we've seen out of UVAF does make it a decent opportunity for 36, if they can come out with their shit together, pull a victory out of this. And answering a question from the chat asking about the F-16 giveaway. The F-16's not out yet, but it does. There was a big post in the weekend news from from ED this week with some new screenshots and a bunch of stuff on that. So hopefully when that comes out, those guys will be getting their module.
You guys can't. They couldn't hear me. I'm sorry. I've been sitting here talking. I've been talking to myself. So let's restart my intro here. Because I evidently am too much of a noob to realize.
Were they hearing me?
Yeah, they're hearing you.
Oh, okay.
But they didn't hear me. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to SATAL 2019. We are back this week with an all-Diamond League matchup. I forgot that I rescheduled BSW and OCG because I'm Dingleberry and made that reschedule. So they're going to be flying in November. But I done forgot, and I was asking the OCG and BSW guys like, hey, you remember? You guys remember you got a match? Do ya? But I done forgot that I rescheduled that match. So we are going to be an all-Diamond League matchup today. First match is going to be UVAF versus 36. Second match is going to be 104th versus IRIAF. So all Diamond League, and judging by what we've seen Diamond League, Billy, you can resound on this. It has not been typical Diamond League. It has been gloves off, Gold League style, just backroom brawl. I'm going to bare knuckle you in the face. Who's going to fall down first?
Yeah, indeed. I think last week, definitely one of my favorite Diamond League matches in recent memory. That's for sure. There was some quality action in both of those matches. I wasn't able to stay for the second 104th TAW match, but I was able to watch it while I was doing some stuff, and certainly good fights in almost every single round last week. So hopefully we can carry that over into this week with these two. Like to see these guys come out and be aggressive. I think we all enjoy when these teams are aggressive and they come out and try to get after it. You don't want to see anyone be too overly aggressive and make those mistakes and that type of stuff. But I think when these guys trade paint early on and mix it up, it's good for everybody at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one, and like you were saying, I don't know which UVAF team's going to show up. 36 has been steadily improving over this year, as have most teams, but 36 there's been some drastic improvements here. We'll just have to see what type of strategies they take on coming against UVAF. And we talked about this briefly, or I was saying about, which aircraft is going to have the advantage. Sorry guys if I'm repeating myself. Oh, I need to change the scoreboard because we're rocking a different match. I'll do that here in a second. But I think the F-15, since we're out in flatland, is going to have a bit of an advantage. I mean, the 120Bs, the longer range active, its vertical scan radar, I think it's just got a bit of an advantage. It's a bit faster than the flanker, and I think it's all of that coming together. UVAF has one extra F-15 in comparison to the two that 36 has. So they might have a slight edge. Billy, do you agree, disagree? What are your thoughts on that? On aircraft advantage coming in here? We're only seeing the F-15 and the J-11, but which aircraft do you think has an advantage coming into today's matchup between UVAF and 36?
I don't know. Tough to say. I think, it depends on whether one of these two teams decides to descend this thing low and into those foothills there, although those foothills don't necessarily offer a ton of room. However, they are within range of those mountains, and if somebody decides to use that, I think that's going to change things. However, if we stay up towards the flatlands, as you kind of referenced earlier, I'm not sure if this is when you were when they could hear you or not, but just this in the planes, the 120Bs and the sensors on the F-15 do give it the advantage, but I think in the small numbers on either side, I don't know how big of a factor that's going to be. I think we're really going to see a lot of flanker on flanker crime today. So I don't know. I think the 15s are they're gonna certainly come in and cause some disruption as far as how those flankers are going to operate, but I don't know how big of a factor they're going to overall be at the end of the day.
Well, I think part of it takes, and let's talk about this real quick, is what weapons the flankers take. So if we look at the UVAF side, we've got 3 ERs, 2 ETs, 2 77s, 2 ERs, 2 ETs. So the UVAF side, all the flankers are taking 2 ETs. All the F-15s are taking 3 bags, but multiple ETs. And we've kind of seen a mixed bag with the ETs, especially as of late, with how effective they are. We all know that they're pretty easy to defeat. They go for flares. They're easy to see. Do you think the ET, given the flatland setup that's happening today in Kraz versus Vody, is going to take any stance in today's fight? Do you think it's going to have a particularly large factor? Do you think they're going to just be trash missiles?
I'm not sure. I feel like that can vary from team to team with as far as the missile selection and how they kind of try to go about using it. I'm concerned looking at the two 3 flights here. Do you think we're going to see UVAF keep that into 2 3 flights, or do you think it's a bad idea to mix a 15 and a J11 as a pair going into something like this, or do you think it's better to kind of keep those guys to themselves with their different weapon suites and sensors all being similar?
I think you're going to see the flankers be together and the F-15s be together, and I think how they're set up right now on the runway, I think that's exactly how we're going to see them depart, and they're going to come in. And in all honesty, I don't know that data link does help, but I think the RWR to some extent in the F-15 does mitigate that. I mean, you've got a much better picture from your RWR than the SPO and the flanker, and you can't discount that they're still getting radio calls from the AWACS. So that is beneficial in and of itself, and they can get communication from the flankers and the other flights. So I don't know that it's too big of a deal. And the other thing that we cannot forget is the F-15's vertical scan is redonkulous. I mean, it is. I think people underestimate it in comparison to the flanker's Erst vertical scan, but the F-15's vertical scan is amazing. Yes, it gives you a radar lock warning, but it instantly locks targets that are in front of the nose, and its scan range is ginormous. And I think it's much more consistent in locking up targets than the flanker's Erst, especially against things like F-18s and full fly fighters because of their IR signatures. In comparison to the Flaming Cliffs aircraft, is a bit wonky. So the Flaming Cliffs aircraft have a much higher IR signature than the full fire aircraft, but we are seeing Flaming Cliffs only in today's matchup, so I don't know how big of an issue that's going to be for the flankers. I don't think it's going to be a big issue at all, because just giving you guys an example, you can see F-15s and flankers from much further away, like way further away than you can see things like the Mirage and the F-18 and the F-14. And if you look at in the Lua, the radar cross, or not the radar cross sections, the IR coefficients for the full fly aircraft, change the song here, are like half of what the full fly aircraft are. And I don't know if it's supposed to be like that. I mean, granted, the F-15 and the flanker are bigger aircraft, but I don't think the IR coefficients should be that drastically different. But let's take a second and catch up on the follows and the subs. Olkastar, Centuri, ISO, Ty, and Bulldark, thank you for the follows. And then, we need to sit forward. Shike, Gordo, Proctoron, and Queek. And Gordo, thank you for the subs. Much appreciated, guys. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. And Gordo, you actually gifted a Tier 1 sub to G.I. Joe. So G.I. Joe, welcome to the show. Gordo, thank you for doing that. Hopefully you guys are enjoying what you've seen so far and what is about to go down. We're just waiting on 36 Aircog to get ready. Let's go check out and see what he's doing. I think he was having a HOTAS issue when he loaded in, but I think he's got that sorted. He's rearming right now. He's got 2 ERs, 2 77s, and 2 ETs. So, Billy, back to the weapons talk here. I kind of went off on a tangent there and was talking about Erst and the radar for the F-15.
Well, I had a brief question there. That's kind of what I was talking about before. Do you think it's a bad idea for a 15 to stay with the flanker kind of heading into this, or do you think that, co-mixing those two airframes in a flight is a bad idea?
I don't think it's a bad idea at all. It's just depends on how the teams want to take it. In all honesty, one of the biggest things, I've flown the flanker for a number of years. One of the things that I think people underestimate, and it is a bad thing when you're shooting at other aircraft, is the missile trails. So this is something that I want to point out that people may not think about, is that yes, your opponent can see the missile trails, but if your team has really good communication, and you say something along the lines of Venom 1, Box 1, 320 for 17 at 3,000. Well, what ends up happening is your wingman can now look in that general direction where he thinks that bandit is, and then if you're in a flanker, he can pick out your missile trail and much more easily identify where the bandit is, where you are, and where that fight is taking place. So, yes, the missile trails are kind of a crux, but they can also be a benefit. So using that as a tangent and going back into what we were talking about and mixing the airframes, I don't know that it necessarily matters, but mixing the airframes for the F-15s to more easily be able to identify where the guys are, the flankers are shooting at, I think is a plus, in all honesty. I mean, some people may think that a bit differently, but I like it.
Yeah, no, I can see how that you know, I've utilized that similar tactic or strategy myself, so I know exactly what you're saying there. I can see that being a benefit for sure.
Not sure what's going on with 36 Aircog. He keeps DCing, saying HOTAS issues, but we'll see what ends up going on here. He DC'd once, just DC'd again. I think he's rearming again now, but I don't know what exactly is going on. Let me see what's going on.
Sounds like he's starting up, I think. Maybe not.
Well, he just restarted, and we are on a 60-second
delay.
So he did restart, and then he DC'd after restart. So I don't.
He just took weapons, or he's finishing taking weapons now. So I would assume that means things are good. Yeah.
But I don't know what issues he would be running into with his HOTAS. It's kind of interesting.
I know with my setup, you know, if a additional USB port gets added in, I'm at the edge of the power envelope there when it comes to that.
Oh,
stuff.
You got to go get yourself another powered hub. They're not that much money.
Well, I'm on 4 at this point. I bought stuff and didn't think about it. I just need to order another one, and I've just been unplugging
4
stuff.
Powered hubs or 4 USB?
Yep, 4 powered hubs.
How many ports do your powered hubs have?
Quite a few. Keep in mind, I have the stuff for X-Plane and I have the stuff for DCS, so it kind of all adds up.
I mean, I have a lot. I guess I'm running 3 10-port powered hubs, something like that.
Yeah, I think 2 are 4, and then 2 are more than that. I don't remember exactly how many more, but 2 are bigger and then 2 are smaller.
Oh, chat just pointed out that maybe he didn't have the J11 bound. So he went to the Su-27, which is what he's in now. So maybe the J11 wasn't bound for him.
Might have been the case.
If that's where we are now, because he's in the Su-27. Obviously, that means he's not going to have any R-77s. He is taxiing now. And I think he got it all sorted. So he's taxiing. And I'm betting what the case was chat, good job pointing that one out, is he just didn't have the J11 bound, which, you know, can happen after updates. It can happen if you mess with your config file. DCS is weird in that context. I don't know why it does that. I mean, the config file isn't even, like, the options Lua isn't even part of the input Lua, so I don't know why, you know, messing with one or the updates or something would cause X, Y, or Z not to work.
It always likes to throw random axes on, like, I'll go in there and I'll be like, why is this thing, like, twitching and acting weird? And there'll be some random axes will be, like, assigned to, like, the rudder or assigned to the stick or something like that. And I'm like, who did that? Why DCS? Why?
I don't know why it does that. It's like it has some default control scheme that it tries to put in, but half the time I'll get my power axis bound to my rudder, and I'm sitting there wondering, you know, why am I accelerating when I'm giving it left rudder? And it's just bizarre.
It feels like I remember when they you know, there was the Mac talk was very hot and heavy. They were like really redoing a lot of the bind stuff. It was right around the time when we had that, like, a mass wipe of all the binds and stuff like that. And it seemed like they were working on this thing that was going to, like, auto detect your setup and do something, and then it kind of just got abandoned and we never really, like, heard about it. And it still, like, the remnants of it are there, and it kind of screws with stuff. At least this is what it feels like.
I remember them talking about that, and that was kind of a big thing going on, and then it just kind of went away.
Well, so kind of like a lot of things.
Well, yeah. They have gotten a lot better. I will give them that.
Yeah. To some degree, for sure.
Yeah, they have gotten a lot better. What do you think about the harpoon? I haven't used it. Have you used it?
I've used it, I wouldn't say a ton, but a handful of times on my server in like controlled environments and had pretty good success. The only server I've really used it on has been the 104th guys, but they don't give you you don't get the notification when you get damaged, so you'd only know, I guess, if you sank one. So I've certainly fired a ton out there, but I've never actually taken the time in the TAC views to see how how well my harpoon strikes are going. I know one of the guys in my flight sank one the other day, but that's really been the only true success outside of through the Inferno and closed testing I've had with it or seen with it.
Looks like these guys are getting underway. UVAF is taking off in their 2-3 ships. At least that's what we're speculating on. So here we go. I don't know how this one's going to go. I think it's going to really turn up to what UVAF team ends up showing up today. But I think we're in for possibly a really good matchup going forward. Lots of things going down. All flat land going in today's matchup. I mean, there are some mountains to the south. I really wouldn't actually call them mountains. They're more like foothills. But, Billy, do you think that's... We haven't really seen any teams do anything with those in the Kraz versus Vody matchups. Do you think they're going to come in today?
I was going to say, I recall the last time we had a match on this particular setup, and I kind of speculated that I thought maybe that was going to be the case, and I think somebody attempted to, and it just didn't play out well. So I think unless you really make a good attempt to drag towards those high peaks, the white caps, if you will, you're just asking for trouble by going and trying to get low in those foothills. They're just going to get altitude. There's not enough elevation to really do a whole lot. I mean, if you drag somebody low below a couple thousand feet, yeah, you can probably ditch a missile or two in there. But if you got anything above 5,000 to 10,000 feet altitude separation, you just thinking you're hiding when you're really not, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And guys, these are the mountains or the foothills that we're talking about right here. They're not very tall. So you can see there's not a lot of elevation coming in here. The mountains are behind us back here, but it's actually a decent way to get to those mountains. So if we look at the map, Bullseye is actually out here. So if we come in here and look at Bullseye, so here's Bullseye, and you can see how far away those mountains are, and you can see the foothills like 10 nautical miles out there, but they're not very tall. So what Billy's talking about is if you get any semblance of altitude, right, those foothills are going to do jack squat for anybody trying to go in there. They're not going to hide you. You've really got to be co-altitude with your bandit. Both of you have to be low for the bandit to not be able to see you or for you to be able to hide. So they can allow you to run, but they're so small that if you try to utilize them against a high incoming threat, you're just going to die. And they end up becoming kind of a problem for yourself because you're going to end up having to fly over them, and they're not going to stop a missile, so you're causing yourself more problems than it's worth. If the fight develops and stays low, definitely a possibility of, them causing some sort of issues for either team, but if teams stay high, I don't think they're really going to be a factor. But saying that, UVAF looks like they're heading that way.
They might be. It's certainly a possibility. I think for the newer DCS pilots out there, at least myself when I remember first getting into it, you get into those mountains or those low foothills there, and you feel like you're doing something or you're getting away from something, but at the end of the day, the elevation just isn't. It's just not enough to play the role you want it to in that moment. So I think that's something that's worth pointing out there for some of the newer guys to really keep in mind the height of the terrain you're trying to hide in and the elevation of the plane you're fighting.
Well, what else I think can happen is newer players, not necessarily newer players, but a lot of people think that if I get low and I'm in the mountains, I just disappear. But what can end up happening, and I was doing this to people on servers yesterday when I was in the Hornet, I've given up on my flanker. I love the flanker, but I've moved on to other pastures. But what ends up happening is you get these flanker pilots, because I'm flying the Hornet, that get in really low in the mountains. You're like, yeah, man, I'm hiding. They can't see me. But when you come in on them from like 25,000 feet, the mountains don't mean jack squat. I mean, I can see over all the mountains. And what ends up happening is the mountains just funnel the bandit in a channel that they can't get out of. So when they try to defend, they're so limited in their defensive options, because if they turn left or right, they're going to fly headlong into a mountain, that they're actually pushing themselves into a corner where if you're not able to just completely disappear, if there's a high bandit coming in on you, you're in deep, deep doo-doo that you're probably not going to be able to get away from. So I just want people to be aware of that if you're coming in against a high bandit, getting low into the mountains isn't necessarily the best thing to do. Getting low in the flatland or someplace that you can notch and maintain visibility with where you think the bandit is honestly probably a better option here, unless the bandit is low enough that you can lose him visually and he can't see you. Then it becomes an option. But if the bandit can see over them, not a very good idea. And we see Gordo gifting another tier 1 sub to the Dark Knight 99. Thank you, brother. Gordo is starting to be on a roll. This is his second gifted sub for today's matchup. So thank you, brother. And Dark Knight, welcome to the show. Samurai drops 200 bits and says, let's get it on. Well, that is right. Let's get it on, brother. But we're getting closer. So these teams are now... How far are they? 114 nautical miles separated. And Billy, we talked about this previously with the hills, us not thinking they were going to be a factor, and we said that, but that looks like exactly where UVAF is headed.
Now, and if I remember correctly too, there's been a few matches with UVAF where they, especially on Persian Gulf, where I remember one specifically where they sat over Kashab and really just kind of set up camp over those mountains. So, they definitely are part of their strategy, at least in certain times, to do that. So we very well may see them take this to those Whitecaps down there. It looks like that first 3 flight is really starting to change their heading now and come towards that, as where 36 to the north wanting absolutely nothing to do with that terrain and starting to turn the fight now to a north-south type fight as opposed to an east-west.
Right. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think as long as 36 maintains their altitude that there's really going to be any issue here. Now, what UVAF could do is they could send the flankers low, and they could keep the F-15s high. So that is definitely a possibility. We'll have to see what type of formation or game plan they have coming into this. But for right now, everybody is high, pushing 25,000 feet, so they're not too high. At least the flankers are. How high are the F-15s? The F-15s are 27, and 36 is a bit lower. The left 2 ship is at 22,000 feet, and the other 4 ship, or the other 2 ship, is at 27,000 feet and 27,000 feet. So nobody is too drastically high. I don't really know what's going to happen here. I'm in the dark. I don't know how this one's going to go. I don't know if this fight's going to stay high, if it's going to stay low, if we're going to maintain a north versus south engagement, if UVAF is just going to take this really passive stance and just sit over the mountains and try and drag 36 closer to be engaged, and then they can, hide over these foothills and mountains. I don't know.
I feel like I'm starting to smell grinder out of UVAF right now. Like it seems like that's what they're looking to set up.
Maybe.
Right over these foothills here near Sea Bay.
But they're also getting into a position where they're going to be running out of room in the bubble, because they're 52 nautical miles outside of the bubble right now, or outside of the bullseye. So I don't know how much further they can go.
Yeah, I guess important to note that the bubble really does, the edge of those Whitecap Mountains to the east of Sochi is really the barrier there. And yeah, you're right. They're very close to that right now.
They do have a bit more space.
They're in
so
I guess the buffer zone.
It actually goes down to just north of Sochi. So they've got it's just the bubble ends just north of Krasnaya. Polyana. So they've got a bit of space. They've got about 25 nautical miles. So they've got a bit of room. So they're not really walking that edge yet. I thought the bubble was a bit smaller, but they've got plenty of room, and it looks like the flankers are starting to turn in. So they've come in. We can see how high the hills are right now, but they're not very tall. So if we look below us, it's just really foothills. There's not a lot below them. The hills are probably a couple hundred feet tall, and there's not a lot. The mountains are further to our south. You can see how much of a height difference there is between these foothills and the mountains right there, but I don't know how much of a factor this is going to play.
And Comey, you got to stop flying around with your hook down, brother. I caught you on 104th with it again this week, flying into the fight with your hook down. I actually think I got a screenshot of it.
He's just
I may or may not have.
He's just sagging.
Yeah, I don't know. He likes to fight with the hook down. Not sure if it's a Comey thing or what's up with that, but I always catch him doing it.
I think it's a show of strength, you know? Kind of like, you see a guy and he's got this like bump in his jeans that's way down his leg. You're like, oh, maybe that's kind of the same thing, where he's flying with his hook down, and you're like, oh, that's a big hook.
Yeah, and maybe he could put that on his grinder profile.
Okay, we'll stop. Both teams have started to turn in against each other. 65 nautical miles separated. So we've seen a long ingress coming in. Aircog and Gandalma are leading the way, with Truthkeeper and Merlin off their eastern flank, and then Drigo and Rabo coming up on the west. On the flip side, UVAF has also committed. The J11's leading the way. And they were in a much more organized formation coming in here. But it looks like that organization is kind of dissipated, as the F-15s and J-11s have kind of mixed. Mad Max is now flying parallel and a bit above the Su-27s with the J-11s as they ingress in here. And I don't know how this is going to play out. The F-15s are still rocking 3 tanks. I would have thought at least one of those tanks has emptied so far. Separation's now down to 50 nautical miles. Still Aircog and Gandalma leading the way for 36. Bond, Backfire, and Mad Max, as well as Greg Osby leading the way for UVAF. They're a bit stacked, so it's really hard to tell who's going to be officially leading the way there. But separation, UVAF is is consistently much higher than 36. Peter and Wizard, Peter especially, is at 45,000 feet in gate at 250 knots indicated, whereas we look at 36 side, Gandalma and Aircog are at 35,000 feet, but Merlin and Truthkeeper are much lower, 20,000 feet, and then Rabo and Drigo are at 32,000 feet, so kind of a mixed bag coming in from 36, and the separation between the two teams is coming to 35 nautical miles now, so we are getting closer and closer and closer until we are fights on, missiles out. Just a few more mics until these teams clash head-to-head over the plains between Vodi and Krasnodar. And Billy, we've said this repeatedly. I don't know which way this is going to go. We're looking at the viewpoint from Bond. We can see some of the 36 contrails out there in the distance.
Tight formations, both sides right now. Real tight.
Well, tight just meaning everybody's close together. I don't really think there's any semblance of formation, but the teams are pretty well stacked.
Grouping. Yep. Not a lot of separation.
20 nautical miles here coming in between the separation between the two teams. And first missile is out from Bond. It's an ET, and is 36 going to defend that? Let's turn up the volumes. Let's get excited here as Diamond League is underway. UVAF versus 36. I'm excited about it. Here we go. The ET is out, and it has a decent amount of energy still. Is he going to defend that? I think he is.
I think he saw it at about 5 miles, 6 miles, but it looks like he's going to get away.
Yeah, he's in a vertical notch, and I don't think that's going to be a problem coming in here. That missile's going to be well out of energy. Oh!
And the sorting, though, by UVAF there, they seem to bypass EARCOG on that. It looked like both of those shots went out at Ganalma. EARCOG was able to kind of skate by there, not taking advantage, though. It looks like all UVAF now cold heading away from the fight. This is where I really want to see 36 pressure now. You have them, you have the whole group with their back to you. Now is the time to really kind of push in there. You have to show them the butts.
But, you say that you'd like to see them press, and I think this is something that I need to talk about, and it's something that I haven't really talked about in the past, where we say these teams need to press. Well, to get a concise press together, it takes a lot of communication. It takes a lot of discipline. It takes a lot coming in here, and I can't understate that enough. That we say they need to press when the other team's cold, but you've got to have communication to be able to make that possible. So it's not a huge deal that they're not pressing, but they are allowing UVAF to regroup. I would have liked to see them press, but on the flip side of that coin, nobody from 36 died during that first pass in this engagement.
Very true. And it looks like 36 now themselves regrouping even faster than we've seen UVAF here, though. UVAF trying to get a bit more separation now, starting to see a few of the lead flights or lead planes recommit. Right?
Yeah, UVAF, they're extending a long way. I don't know where they're going.
How that went. I don't think they
do either. I think they were expecting at least one kill off that first.
Yep.
That first engagement, it just didn't go for him. So we've seen the first recommit out of Backfire and Bond. Other 4 ship from UVF is cold, but we look at the 36 side and everyone is hot. So if Backfire and Bond continue to commit on their own, just numbers wise, this is not looking good from UVF coming in here. So Rabo, Drigo, and Ganalma are leading the way. I would like to see them maintain hot coming in here, but it looks like they're already starting to turn cold. And Rabo's flaring. He dropped one flare, came back to engine idle as he turns cold. I don't really know why they're turning cold at this point. Maybe they're trying to regroup, stay a bit patient coming in here, but I would like to see them all commit as a 6 ship and then turn cold as soon as they got something launched on them. But now Backfire and Bond are now pressing down to the south, back towards the mountains, and now everybody from 36 is cold, so they just gave away that advantage.
Yep.
Maybe they're afraid to go into the foothills? Because we saw them turn cold really as soon as those foothills started.
I was going to say, that's a very solid point there. It seemed like they were just kind of shying away from wanting to get dragged into those foothills, which, credit to them. You don't want to, if you can try to dictate where the fight happens, I think you're at an advantage, right? They're really forcing UVAF to come out of the hills and fight.
Altitude for the eastern 3 ship of 36 is over 20,000 feet, and for the western 3 ship, it's under 10,000 feet. So there is some altitude disparity going on the 36 side. And on the UVAF side, there is some altitude disparity as well, as Bond and his wingmen are separated by around 10 to 15,000 feet as they come in here.
Everybody else looking to be ascending back through Angels 20 right now, Rob. And now look at this. Almost all 36 fighters cold with very close separation here, 15 nautical miles between the lead of UVAF and the rear flights of 36. They really need to start getting the 36 lead flights back recommitted here and getting sensors on these UVAF guys, because we're going to see shots soon.
And what we could be seeing is a bag and drag tactic. 36 could be waiting for the UVAF guys, specifically Backfire and Bond, to sort on somebody. We see Ganalma committing here. Let's see if we can jump in and get in.
Does Bond see him, though?
Ganalma isn't low. He's at 17,000 feet. Bond is at 21,000 feet.
There he is.
Ganalma could have him in EO, and I think Bond is starting to commit on Ganalma. So Bond's going to have a slight altitude advantage coming in here. Does Gnolma see him? We're going to see the missile trail as it comes off. There's the lock warning, I'm assuming, coming on Gnolma. There is Bond coming in. He's very close. And they're actually, nobody is shooting. And they're just turning away from each other.
I think Drigo may have ripped that R-77 at Bond.
Maybe.
And then maybe when he got the word from Drigo, Gnolma split on that with the fear of Greg.
I don't know what the deal was. That could have been an easy kill from either side. I mean, even with an ER, you're under 10 kilometers. Under 10 kilometers. That missile is at that altitude at 20,000 feet next to impossible to get away from. You're not going to be able to notch it. You're not going to be able to turn quick enough to be able to get into anything resembling, a flanking maneuver. And it's just not going to work. But what I do like here is Gnolma, instead of staying cold, has recommitted immediately with Merlin, Truthkeeper, and Rabo.
Absolutely.
And if Greg commits here or stays on his current course, he is going to be in a bit of trouble, and he will be in for a bad, bad day.
It looks like he's opted out of that. Yeah, I can't think of too many times we see two planes get that close, hot on each other, and both turn away without taking a shot. It's a rarity to see something like that. So that was like I said, I think that had to do with that R-77
maybe
coming out of Drigo. Maybe
well, it makes,
not
that
totally
makes sense
sure,
on Mad Max, but it doesn't, or on Bond. But it doesn't make sense why Gnolma didn't shoot.
In 5, yeah. Especially knowing that Drigo had already put one out. Maybe he's just conserving ammo there, but it seems like at that distance with an R-77 already coming in, the guy's maneuvering, he's not hot on you anymore. You got a shot to try to crack one in there. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, he's got 4 ERs left. ER there, even if it doesn't hit, you're turning the guy around. Even if you break off and you have to defend, if you shoot and you see the guy immediately defend, it's you can continue to press, and it's going to be an easy kill.
Yep.
But now we see Aircog committing, looks to be all on his own. Gnolma, I'd like to see him recommit here, but now we see Drigo and Rabo committing from the rear. Peter launches a 120 from high altitude on somebody low. How much lower is Aircog? Peter is very, very high. Aircog is in trouble. Aircog is much lower. That missile's going to have a lot of energy as it comes down from altitude on Aircog. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this. Drigo, when he came in here, was at 38,000 feet. He dropped his gear. What are you doing? There's the missile.
It's just trailing.
Oh, man, it is just right there. Put your gear up. What is your gear down for? You're not in a notch. Oh, my God.
Is that
craziness. It's Aircog coming in. I don't know why his gear's down.
What kind of crazy flanker trick was that? That's not one from the manual?
If you remember right, he was the guy having HOTAS issues, so maybe this wasn't intentional, but him putting his gear down almost got him killed.
That was wild.
He slowed down almost to the point where that 120 almost caught him. I mean, we could see it right there. It was right behind him. It almost caught him. And his gear is still down. So he doesn't realize yet that he is a tripod.
I legitimately thought maybe that was one of those crazy flanker moves there. Come in through the evasion, pop some chaff, pull the gear down, brake left, and everything's all right.
Well, sometimes like I'll drop the gear when I'm like at 500 kilometers an hour, 600 kilometers an hour, or something. If I'm trying to get to a notch and get really slow, to just increase that friction and increase my drop in airspeed. But I don't think that was
part of the plan there
at all. And in all honesty, he has to know that something's going on, because if I remember correctly, you can't launch missiles without a launch override with your gear down.
Has he shot yet?
Yeah, he did. He put an ER out on Bond.
Maybe it's just a desync thing, although I can't think of a time where I've ever seen that desync before.
I don't know. Peter's now defending this ER coming from Gnalma, and we're just seeing
And
patience.
we still got 6 aside here, guys. Yeah, they are
Passiveness.
really not wanting to get too close to one.
No. But we've seen some pretty disciplined flying and not wanting to overcommit into these engagements. So
Very
ET
true.
coming on a Merlin. I don't think that ET is going to have anything resembling enough energy to chase down Merlin, especially that he's engaged. He is thinking about recommitting. Uh-oh. He might be flying right into that ET. Where is
Uh-oh.
it? Where is it?
Ooh, just cleared the office.
Did it just pass
Yeah.
him? Yeah, it
Just
passed him.
missed.
It didn't have enough energy. It was really slow. But, you know, sometimes if you fly right into their path, they will pull just enough to give you that tickle and take you out of the fight. 120B coming from Wizard. That looks like it's sorted on Truthkeeper, and that is from 12 nautical miles. That's a long-range 120B, and Truthkeeper immediately turns cold, and somebody from 36 just crashed.
Ooh, that is tough.
Friendly kill!
Oh, ear cog.
We missed that, and I think... I don't know what happened there. That's unfortunate. Now Merlin getting in close against Bond. Puts a 120B out on him from 5 nautical miles. He's got an ET coming in on him. So 120's coming in on Bond, 1 coming in on Mad Max. Merlin's going to get away from that ET. And Mad Max is going to get away from that 120. But now we've got a 120 coming in on Gnalma. He's way too fast to be able to notch. Is he going to be able to get away from that? 120, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I don't see it. I don't see it. And I think he got away from it. No factor coming in there.
Before the friendly fire incident, it really felt like 36 was starting to really get the flanks on UVAF. They were spreading out, kind of starting to move to the sides, and it seemed like UVAF was struggling to fight that back, but that really just kind of changed the tides here. That whole shape that 36 had is now gone, and it feels like we're starting to see UVAF here push in and get more aggressive just based on that.
120B coming on an AirCog. I think this is it for AirCog. He's not defending that 120. He's got to have that missile warning. I think he was waiting a bit too long to get that ER off. There's the 120 hit, and that is it. So that was just standard, wait. I'm going to wait a bit, try and get that missile off the rail, and he paid for it. Just waited a bit too long, tried to get that missile off, and then took a 120B to the face and gets dismissed from this match. So now we're down to 4 for 36, but Bond sorted on Gnalma. If Merlin commits in here, Bond could be in a bit of trouble. So Merlin's committing. We can see Bond right in front of us. Does he get him in vertical scan? Does he get him? No. There's a 120B coming on Mad Max. Multiple 120Bs coming in on Rabo and Merlin. And that was from pretty close, and Merlin's pretty slow. Does Merlin get away from that?
He's trying to do something, but
no chaff coming from him. He almost hit a tree. I think he's going to be able to get away from that, no problem. Yeah, he gets away from that. So still 4 aside for 36, 6 remaining for UVAF. 36 have regrouped decently well, but what I would have liked to see here is them committing together instead of what I'm seeing now of them committing by themselves. So ER coming from Greg. We can see it tracking out there in the distance, and I think that's going to strike its target. Indeed it does, and Greg Orsby takes one and takes out. Who did he take down? Can't tell yet. Takes down Merlin. So now we're down to 3 for the 36 side and still 6 remaining for UVAF. R77 coming from Rabo. R77 on Truthkeeper. This is going to be another. I'm waiting too long to try and get a missile off. Whoa. Or it wasn't sorted on Truthkeeper, but that missile, that 120B is going to be dangerous going on its intended target. Is he going to be able to get away from that one? 120 maybe out of energy. He's diving away from it. I think he gets away.
120B coming in fast on Ganalma.
Does Ganalma get away from it? He's chaffing, flaring. I can see it back there. I think
he just got it. Yep. I
Just
mean,
barely
he's
running out of
flying
energy.
formation with it, yeah, but it looks like he may have gotten away.
And now we've got Rabo committing in here close with an ET coming on a Mad Max. And I think that's going to hit Mad Max. I don't think he gets away from that.
No.
He's not flaring. No.
Ooh.
Mad Max gets taken down by an ET, and the wings say, peace! And Mad Max turns into a pencil, is now plummeting to the ground. It is 3v5, so 36 still has a chance here. Truthkeeper putting 120s out on Backfire.
Needs to go,
And
though.
Peter, does Truthkeeper get hit by that 120? He
Yep.
does. And Backfire somehow doesn't get hit by that 120. And Peter is low enough that that 120 doesn't hit him either. So it was just a wait too long for Backfire or Truthkeeper in there. And now Ganalma's got a 120 coming in him, but he's able to line of sight it. So we're now down to a 5v2. Truthkeeper or Backfire is keeping the press on against Ganalma. There goes the 120 against Ganalma. I don't think he gets away from that. There's the kill. Left wing ejected from his aircraft as he gets taken out. And now it's just Rabo all by himself. 73 coming in against Backfire. He gets taken down. So Rabo takes one man down with him at least. And he's still got a decent amount of weapons. He's got 4 73s and an ET. So he can do some damage. It's a 1v4. 120 coming out from Wizard. Is it going to be able to chase him down? And I think Wizard's just going to be able to chase him, to catch up with him and take him out. The F-15's a bit faster than the flanker. That was a 120. And given Rabo's current turn, that 120 is going to kill him. I think. Maybe not. Ran out of energy. There goes another 120. I don't think that's going to... That may have been an AIM-9, and I don't think that's going to catch up to him. There goes the 120. That looks like the game right there. Yep. And that is round number 1, as long as UVAF is able to RTB. That building took some time to develop.
Indeed, quite a bit. They both really wanted to get a feel for one another there and danced around that bullseye for probably, 5 minutes before we got our
I think it was
first
longer
kill?
than that.
Probably longer than that, 5 to 10
Yeah, that
at least.
was that took some time. That was a slow developing match.
Yeah, about an hour for one round. It's been a while since we've seen them go.
They didn't take off until 25 after.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
it's
it
about
wasn't
a little over half hour.
too bad. Wasn't too bad, but nobody's telling me if they want to RTB or not, so let me see if I can get them to let me know. But UVAF is already RTB.
He's saying no need.
I don't think this, these guys are RTB at like 95%, so I don't think that's going to be a factor. Guys, I'm going to send you to a fan video while I get the mission reset, and we will be back with round 2. Currently, UVAF leads 1-0 after a slow to develop but commanding finish by UVAF. See you guys back here in just a minute for more SATAL action.
was on fire and no one could save me but you. It's strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, what a wicked game to play, to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do, to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do, to make me dream of you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No, with you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was not what we've seen the past couple weeks. Past couple weeks we've talked about, we've seen just balls to the wall, nonstop, face-punching action, and that's not really what we saw there. That was more passive. And, Billy, would you agree that match really started to break down when 36th Shape collapsed?
Yeah, they had that friendly fire incident, and they really had started to kind of form an umbrella around and were pushing the flanks of UVAF. They really hadn't encroached in and done anything yet, but they were starting to get that advantage on the edges that we're used to seeing prove deadly. And right as that kind of really started to shape up is when that friendly fire incident happened, and we kind of just started to see things deteriorate for them from there.
Let's jump in and see how these times are getting their taxi on. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess what happened with that friendly fire incident. I think AirCog somehow put his gear down. AirCog couldn't figure out why his missiles wouldn't come off the rails, so he turned on launch override. Then, AirCog locked up somebody in EO. It didn't identify, didn't check IFF, didn't flip on his radar to check if he was a friendly, and pulled the trigger with either an ET or an ER and sent the missile on its way. And because he was in launch override, even if it was an ER, it still would have shot, even if it was a friendly. So that is my guesstimation as to what exactly went down during that friendly fire incident. Like you just said, that I talked about their shape really breaking down once their shape collapsed, but in all honesty, that match started to deteriorate for 36 once that friendly fire incident happened. I mean, as soon as that went down, you could see their morale plummet. They didn't have the same like commitment together that they did before, and they just got picked off one by one until Rabo, the last man remaining, got run down by UVAF and taken out, giving UVAF the round win. But Billy, do you think 36 is going to come out any different in this round? In this round two, are they going to be able to make any changes?
Well, as far as how they're coming out, I'm almost more concerned right now with UVAF and them not being as close to that to those mountains as they were trying. You know, they clearly were trying to use that elevation to the east of Ashronsk, to their advantage there, and or whatever advantage that may have been. Where do they go coming out of Minvodi? Do they stay high as we saw 36 do last time, or stay north, I should say? And does 36 come out and continue to push north like they did in that last one? I'm not sure.
I don't really think the terrain played any factor in that last one.
I don't think it did either, but I think UVAF attempted to set themselves up in a position where it could. It just didn't seem like 36 was very willing to bite on pushing into those hills or even getting close. I think we saw them pull back a few times when they really started to, get towards that little bit of terrain there. So curious to see on there. I think we need to see 36, obviously, aside from the issues we pointed out, which we all know how that stuff can kind of happen and compound real quickly when it comes to basically the storyline you kind of laid out there for Irgo. We all know how that stuff can kind of compound quickly when it comes to DCS and those matters. So all that stuff aside, if they can get that sorted and get him, working properly, I think there's no reason why they couldn't have taken that match had that not happened with the way that was shaping up. So I'd like to see more out of the same from them, but just a little bit better overall execution. Like I said, I'm really curious to see what the initial headings are going to be for both these sides here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of a head-on engagement. I don't know that UVAF is really going to take it to the south. That's my guesstimation, at least. I can't see them. I can't see them doing that.
You have to
really
think
play
they realize,
any type of factor.
Well, yeah, you have to think that, leadership going, it didn't really pay off to do that in this first round. Let's take an approach that serves us a little bit better. But, will we see the dancing around the bullseye that we saw in that first one, which I think was a bit of a result of that, and them trying to kind of hold court over that little bit of terrain there.
Yeah, I don't know. So, guys, let's talk about Lazy Seal brought up and asked, how is UVAF doing in the tournament? Well, let's look at how things are shaping up for them. So right now, this is splashpointgaming.com/SATAL. So this is everything you need to know about SATAL, how the teams are doing, what the schedules are like, how everything is going down. So right now we are watching the UVAF for 36 match. Next, we're going to be watching 104th versus IRIAF. There is a Gold League match of Speed and Angels versus AirTac, but we will not be watching that today because Speed and Angels was a little bit skeptical on whether they were going to have enough pilots. So we're watching 104th. How is UVAF doing? Right now, they are sitting in 7th place. Now, the top 8 teams are going to advance. Right now, 104th is leading the way with their victory over TAW last week, but it's pretty close in the midfield here. There's a lot of even teams coming in here with a couple losses. So right now, UVAF has 2 losses. If they win today, they will skyrocket all the way to 4th. They'll be behind 51st due to the tiebreaker right now, or due to the kill to death ratio, depending on how their KD improves today. Right now, they've suffered 2 losses, so they could actually advance to 3rd. We're going to have to see how this goes. If 36th wins, they will stay in 9th because 8th place, occupied by RVE, has 6 points. So we'll have to see how UVAF does. Win or lose is a pretty big change right here, because if they lose, they could fall to 8th. But even at 8th, they're pretty safe for advancement for the rest of the year. 104th, on the other hand, coming in against IRIAF. IRIAF is in the middle of the field, and it's really going to come down to, will 104th be able to win and maintain their first place positioning for seeding coming into the end of the year tournament. IRIAF, if they win, have the possibility of moving all the way to 3rd. So this is a big match for IRIAF. 104th is a big opponent, but if IRIAF wins, they have the possibility of moving quite a ways forward. So that's what's going on right now. If we jump down to Gold League for the upcoming match, we can see, and I'm going to check to make sure nobody's... And they are ready. So we're actually going to skip that and jump back into the sim and watch these guys depart.
I have to step away for about 30-45 seconds briefly, so I'll be right back.
There's the fights on. So we are going to be seeing a departure here from both these teams to get round 2 of this matchup underway between UVAF and 36. UVAF currently leads 1-0 after a decent showing there in round 1. I won't say it was commanding, because it really wasn't. It was a performance. I'll give it that. I think UVAF could have flown significantly better, and it just didn't. It wasn't a good showing by either team. UVAF ended up coming out on top with four aircraft remaining, but I think it could have been a bit different, especially after the friendly kill fratricide from AirCog, which I think just sent the 36 team down into a downward spiral. Just waiting on UVAF to depart. Again, 3 J11s, 3 F-15s. Not entirely sure what they're waiting on.
I'm back.
Didn't miss anything. UVAF is still sitting on the runway. Starting a departure right now.
There we go. Looks like, yeah, they're just starting to move. They're waiting on me to get back. Sorry, guys.
Oh, that's probably what it was. And guys, this time we're going to crank up the volume, so check your PC or TV volume. It's going to get loud. Watch these guys depart. We're going to take a little bit of break from the voice section as these guys ingress into the AO to get round 2 underway. All right, let's see how these guys are lining up. What direction are they taking to ingress? And UVAF, Billy, again, is headed south. But on the flip side of that coin, so is 36th. So is this going to be a mountain fight? Are we going to see them fight somewhere just north of Sochi in these white caps? Or is it going to take place just west of Cherkassk?
Definitely, given the vibes right now, like we're going to see some terrain come into play here. Although I feel like the first merge, we may see one of these teams turn north and drag things out if they get a little uncomfortable on there. My guess is whoever seems to struggle off this first initial merge is going to try to break for the north, but you never know there. However, it does seem like Sea-Bay might be the meeting point for both these two squads here.
Maybe. That's probably a pretty good assumption. I just hope 36 is going to bring a bit more to the table coming into this and not shoot themselves in the foot, literally.
Yeah, you gotta really chalk that up. I think your assessment of probably how that all went down was pretty accurate, and you know those things happen, but you do, you know, that's the stuff you want to clean up, the controllable stuff, right? That type of thing. Showing up, being prepared, being ready, all that kind of stuff definitely ends up factoring into the overall performance, as we may have seen just now in that last one. So
it
certainly
happens.
something to be said for, and it does happen. Issues do happen. Stuff does arise. You know,
it happens. The question is how do you recover from it? So
Correct.
Are you able to recover wholeheartedly from that issue, that fratricide incident, or do you let it define how the match plays out in the future?
I think a big part of SATAL is being able to shake stuff off, especially with the fact that you got to win 2 out of 3 rounds in a match to get the W. So I think, you know, a squadron's got to have the ability to, you know, if you do come out and for whatever X or Y reason really kind of fall on your face or have a rough first round, to be able to forget about it, get back to the game plan, adjust the game plan if need be, and then get out there and go execute to try to get the win. And I think you just be able to not to kind of block out the mistakes from the first one and focus on doing what you know how to do in the second round is a very valuable thing, skill or trait in SATAL, right? If you sit around thinking about what you did in the first one, you're probably not going to fly too well in the second one, right?
And I think you may be correct. Bay may be where this is all going to go down. Separation between the two teams under 100 miles, and we're looking like our cross section is going to be somewhere southwest of Bay. So I don't...
Which is interesting because both teams taking this to the lower portion of the bubble. They're going to have a decent amount of separation. They have some room to play with there, but we're definitely limiting how much room there is to move here, both east and west and to the south. So really, at the end of the day, you know, if a team tries to evade to the south, they're going to be in trouble. You're going to have to take this north and pull it up away from the elevation. So this is an interesting layout and more specifically, interesting direction both these teams are choosing to go.
I'm really surprised that these guys are really trying to take it into the mountains. I mean, most of the time, in my opinion, in team combat, you really want to be over flat terrain. Your SA improves, your missile performance improves. It's just, in a team game, it's much more beneficial, I think, to not have the obstacles of the terrain involved. But if you're flying solos, it makes more sense, I think, to be able to dip down in the terrain and attempt to run away. But I'm really surprised. This is like the first time we've seen in the Vodi versus Krasnodar matchup where teams have really tried to take it this far south and utilize the mountains.
Agreed.
So watching these two teams ingress, Greg Osby and his wingmen are significantly lower than the trailing F-15s. Is that intentional? Are they trying to create this altitude separation as they ingress in here into the taller mountain peaks? I think it's a valid strategy. I mean, the altitude separation is 28,000 for the J-11s and passing 35,000 for the F-15s. On the flip side, 36 is sitting at 22,000 for the leads and 30,000 for the trailers. So they've kind of got the same thing going on here, where the lead ships are significantly lower than the trailers. But 36 is taking an almost identical flight path to what UVAF did in round 1. UVAF, on the other hand, is significantly further south. Instead of trying to draw the fight to the north, they're just on an intercept heading coming in here with 36.
36 heading even further south than I was expecting them to at this point. I would have thought we would have seen a little bit more of a hot-on aspect by now, but still pushing due southeast there. We're on there. They're staying on about a 127 heading. You know, certainly not making themselves an easy radar picture right now for UVAF with their aspect, which may be part of the plan here, but I think they're gonna need to try to commit here at some point to start being able to get a good sort on the UVAF.
Greg Osby and his 3-ship continue to ingress at around 30,000 feet, so they've gotten a bit higher than their trailing 3-ship, but they're still lower than their trailing 3-ship by about 5,000 feet, which is where we saw them about earlier. Maho, can you take a class or read a book about how to make good shooting in DCS? I'm not sure if you're getting mad about my camera angles or you're talking about how the teams are playing.
About good shooting? Yeah, I think he's talking about how the teams are playing. And there's a good video out there that I found when I first got into DCS that was called The Art of the Kill, which is a old school, what is that, Falcon, like 2.0 or 3.0 video, I think. My memory serves me correct. I get the feeling we're going to see these 3-2 flights all turn. Yeah, here, exactly, right as I was saying it. The rear one hasn't turned yet, but they're about to start. The first two now turning in real quick on 36. I'm sorry, on UVAF, and looks like we might get ourselves a little action here shortly. Although it looks like Truthkeeper and Merlin now positioning themselves to back up those two flights of Trio, Rabo, and Canal on here.
Well, and I'd like to see 36 be a bit more aggressive than they were coming in here in round 1. I mean, they had some significant opportunities to get some stuff done against UVAF, and it just didn't end up happening. So everybody from 36 is committed in here hot. 3-2 ships for 36, 2-3 ships from UVAF. Altitude for UVAF's lead 3 ship of the J11s is 25,000 feet. Lead ships for 36 is 23,000 and 32,000. So there is some altitude disparity coming in here, but first missile out of the day is an ER coming from, I think that was backfire, and it's descending. That was from about 40 kilometers. It's got a decent amount of energy, 1,500 knots. It's tracking. And I just don't think that's going to have any energy. Maho, you're talking about the footage. Well, this is live, and the cameras in DCS are a bit wonky. So if you watch a lot of videos and stuff in YouTube, it takes those guys hours to get the scenes and stuff that they want. And the cameras and stuff here in DCS just, they're not really conducive to live gameplay. So I do what I can, but there's only so much we can do. So the first missiles coming out from UVAF, they're trashed. Not really coming into any close contact with any of the 36 guys. 36 put an ER in ET. ER was going on Greg. ET was going on, I think that was Mad Max. And it was... That missile is trash, unless that's on Wizard. That could be on Wizard. And is it going to have the energy? Or was it on Mad Max and it's just
tough to tell there.
I don't think it's going to hit anybody. Nah, that's out of energy. I think it was on Wizard, or Mad Max, excuse me, and it just lost track of him and was just flying harmlessly. So
pretty typical initial exchange there, though, by both these two groups. Very similar, I guess, to what we saw in the first one. We're seeing 36 stay a bit tighter in. More separation this time out of UVAF. I feel like UVAF in a better position to work the flanks right now, which we may see them doing, although it looks like we're starting to get a little bit more spread from 36.
First missile coming from Drigo. That looked like an R-77 heading out there. Indeed it was for the low missile burn time. He's already pushed his Bandit on the defensive as he breaks away. Don't really see that either of those things being a factor. He just got a reaction out of Bond as he turns around. I think he probably got locked up by somebody. 120B coming from, I think that was from Wizard, and that's coming in on Gnalma. Don't think that's going to have enough energy to reach him. Gnalma's pretty slow. Well, he's not too slow. 500 knots indicated. That missile's not going to have enough energy, especially as it gets lined. Well, it was pretty close as it got line of sighted and got driven into a mountain there. But a 120B coming in on Aircog, that's going to have a decent amount of energy. Aircog's got his gear down again. Is this some kind of like shenanigan tactic that these guys are using to defeat missiles?
Is he just trolling us at this point? I think he's just trolling us at this point.
But the missile didn't hit him. It flew right by him. So I don't know if it's an effective tactic or what's going on there, but gear down again as Aircog defends and the missile doesn't hit him.
Are you sure that's not in the flanker manual? Like, is that not some sort of crazy field manual tactic we just don't know about?
I may have missed that in the Russian version of NATOPS, but I don't see that as being a thing. I think your crew chief may be angry with you for the damage that's going to cause your undercarriage, doing it at 500 knots.
Good luck getting them to hold up when you put some weight on the thing when you get back down on the deck.
I don't know. I mean, DCS it will, but...
Yeah.
I think your virtual crew chief may be yelling at you in the hangar if you did that in real life.
I mean, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?
Yeah, I already got Jester yelling at me enough. I don't need another guy.
Now, Jester will just eject if he gets pissed off enough.
He does.
I don't know what you're talking about. So the teams are now back into being separated, and Merlin crashed. And this is the same thing that happened last time. They had an early disconnect. I don't remember if it was Merlin last time or not, but they had an early kill where they either lagged out or somebody crashed. Nobody died. Like, nobody got hit by a weapon, but now immediately 36 is down to 5 pilots. And that's just unfortunate. Aircog puts an ER and an ET out. I'm going to assume that's on Bond. Bond immediately defends. 77 coming from Rabo, and there is nothing. Those missiles are going to hit absolutely nothing as they continue to fly towards their intended targets. Mad Max is getting his press on. Upside down, there goes the 120. Couple puffs of chaff. Don't think those puffs of chaff are really going to do anything. R77 coming out from Drigo. Drigo's got that AIM 120 coming in on him, but Drigo's getting low. I think that 120 may get line of sighted. Well, maybe. Don't see the 120 yet. That's a lot of chaff.
Quite a
lot of chaff. And I think he defeated it. Yeah, that missile's a non-factor. So Aircog's off on a merry voyage all on his own. Still 6 pilots remaining for UVAF. 120B coming from Wizard. And now Peter is getting his flank on down from the south. Gnalma puts an R77 on him as Peter responds with a 120B. Don't think either of those missiles are going to be a factor as Peter immediately split S's and gets out of there.
Lots of long shots today.
Yeah, nobody really wants to get in and commit.
Nope. Everybody trying not to lose. Nobody trying to win the fight, Moltar.
Lazy Seal says, I bet the gear bind on his throttle has something to do or shorting out with another one of his key binds. That's a possibility, or it's bound to something else. But, you may have a good idea there with a shorting out of something. That's happened in one of my old Warthogs where, things would short or rub, and that may be exactly what's going on. Has Aircog fixed his gear issue? Yeah, he has.
I use the SATAC panels, and with the DCS SATAC panel software, sometimes it just throws the suckers down, and I would just look down and I'm like, I didn't touch that.
Yeah. So Aircog puts 2 Why the double tap? What's going on with that?
Maybe that's why Comey's hook's always down.
Double tapping?
No.
Maybe. That's a good
short
point.
Circuit.
Maybe that is why it's always down. But what I ended up doing is I just unbound it from my throttle. Like you unbind anything from those keys so that nothing ends up happening. Because mine, I had my canopy bound to one of them, so mid-flight my canopy broke. Or my APU was bound to one of them that would short out, and my APU would just randomly turn off. So that was really frustrating. But
I can see that being a problem.
5 pilots still remaining for 36, 6 remaining for UVAF, and we may see our first in-close engagement coming in here between Drigo and Peter, as Peter
all by himself down there. Too big separation between him and the rest of the group at about 15 miles almost, probably a little more than that. And 36 is smart enough here. They should send 2 down there and try to dispatch those guys quick.
And isolate him.
Isolate him and thin the numbers here and try to get this thing back to even.
I don't like this. Uh-oh. Rabo. Oh, no. ET shot coming in on Drigo. Oh, no.
Not again.
Why?
Oh, poor Drigo. I think that's twice in a row he's been team killed. ERCOG coming in now with a slew of missiles. Looks like a 27 and an ET and an ER rather. Excuse me.
Guys, F's in chat for the fratricide going down there. There was maybe Rabo mistook Drigo for Peter. I don't know what happened there. Man. That was unfortunate. But now we've got a 2v1 coming in against Peter. So this has potential. This is what we want to see. Peter is low. They can't see him. How high are the other two? So everybody's low. Nobody can see either coming in here. Line of sight, not a factor. Or is a factor. They can't see each other. Peter knows somebody's here. He sees somebody, but I think he's committing in on the lead 2 ship.
Just miss it. It didn't. He tried to look like he tried to mad dog that, and it just didn't have the distance.
Yeah, so both of them are in front of Peter now. They overshot him, and Peter stands a good chance of getting both. So he flares the AIM-9. I think he gets away from both.
He does. Peter looks like
got away from both of them. So now Peter is sandwiched between both of these guys from 36.
He just
spun he got one of them.
He's spun it. He's got Rabo off his nose right now. Ganalma still cold because he's got the whole
How did
rest
this
of
happen?
I don't know. He just took out Rabo. Wow.
What?
Wow.
So Peter somehow spun that engagement, and now Ganalma is sandwiched. Ganalma is now the one in trouble. So instead of committing together, they end up in a complete disaster where they lose sight of Peter, and one of the guys gets taken down, and now Ganalma looks like he's going to get taken down. He's getting run in on by a UVAF combatant. Getting come in on by Bond. And here comes the 73. Ganalma doesn't see it, and that's going to be multiple 73s impacting Ganalma. Did he get a missile off on Peter? No. So now we missed a casualty up here to the north, but now it's Truthkeeper all by himself against an onslaught of UVAF combatants. So somebody from UVAF got taken down. No, they didn't. It's 6 pilots remaining, and now it's Truthkeeper all by himself trying to run away from the UVAF tsunami that is coming in on him, and he gets taken down. So that is 6-0 in favor of UVAF. Man. What happened?
Just a couple breakdowns today on the 36 side, really seemed to led to what we saw in both of those rounds, So just a few little mental breakdowns here and there can really have a big effect on the total outcome.
Yeah.
As, I think we all just saw there. Hate to see it go that way, but I think it happens. It certainly happens, as we've seen before.
And 36 says there's no need to RTB, but we're gonna watch these guys RTB anyway as we break this down. What happened?
Well, I think similar, excuse me, similar to the first round where losing the pilot from the friendly fire and the disconnect really adds up. I mean, that's two guys right there. You're at a, a massively significant disadvantage when you lose two guys off the bat like that. So I think they were, once again, working from a hole, trying to dig themselves out of it, and just weren't really able to do much there. Maybe communication might have been a factor for them, improving on that. I'm not sure. We obviously don't hear that stuff, so tough to know that for sure. But it certainly appeared as if there was some communication breakdowns on the 36 side, at least a few times today. So maybe that's something they want to look at.
Let me. Where? Just give me a second. I'm looking at who we watched last week. We watched 104. Oh, I know what we're going to do. I got to go find it. But I think, in the meantime, since we have about an hour and a half, I'm going to take a bio break. We are going to watch another match. We are going to watch, who is it? War Dogs versus 100 Kiev, who flew last week. We didn't get to watch it. But we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to get the match set up. We will be back. It's a Gold League match. These guys don't need to RTB. But we've got the time. So we're going to watch it until the 104th IRIAF match. This match is over. UVAF takes it in a commanding fashion against 36th. But in the meantime, since 104th doesn't take on UVAF for about an hour and a half, we are going to watch War Dogs take on 100 Kiev. And what actually I think turned out to be a pretty good matchup. War Dogs had a pretty good showing coming in there. So I haven't watched it, but we're going to watch it. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we are going to head down that road. So guys, see you back here in just a few minutes. 100 Kiev versus War Dogs from last week coming at you. I don't know how this one goes down, but we're going to see here in just a few minutes. Hang tight. Go grab some popcorn. More SATAL action coming at you in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As I just told you previously a few minutes ago, we are watching War Dogs versus 100 Kiev. Now, this is going to be a bit of an accelerated match. We're not going to watch them take off. We're just going to watch how the fight unfolds. So I have not seen this. I don't know how this whole thing goes down. I'm going to try and do my best to keep up with the action, but this is going to be a replay. This match took place last week, last Saturday, I think it was 1700 Zulu. Again, this is Gold League, 4v4, should be a much more aggressive matchup as we come in here. But again, this is 100 Kiev versus War Dogs. I don't know how this one goes down, so we're going to see it and ride along together. And without further ado, here we go. All right, so getting things started, we have Cosmic Doubloon and Shin as a two-ship, and Jungly and Kravegar behind them. So we've got J11, an F-18, an F-14, and F-15. So all over the board here coming in here. And then on the 100 Kiev side, we have all Su-33. So no mixed aircraft coming over here. Mixed aircraft coming on the War Dog side. No mixed aircraft coming on the 100 Kiev side. Let's unpause it and jump into the action. Right off the bat, the shape looks a bit better coming in from the War Dog side as they ingress towards the action area. Falcon and Break Shot are a bit more spread than Cosmic Doubloon and Shim, which I would like to see from the War Dog side, but these guys are in a much better lateral position. They've got better close support than the War Dogs do. Or sorry, the War Dogs have better close support than 100 Kiev. 100 Kiev is like 50, almost 60 kilometers separated in depth. First missiles off the rails are coming from Cosmic Doubloon and Shin. It's an ER and a 120. Falcon responds with an ER of his own. Turn off my track IR. Coming in here. Guys, I had to turn off Scale GUI, so things may be a bit harder to read. This is a track, and it doesn't work with Scale GUI for whatever reason, but we're going to crank up the volume and see how these guys get on. All the missiles, no factor coming in here. The ERs are still being supported by Cosmic Doubloon. ET coming from Cosmic Doubloon now on Break Shot. He is forced to defend. A little bit late defending, but he dives away. No missiles in retaliation. Coming from his side. Looks like he's even... No, he's in a full defend. And Cosmic Doubloon finally turns cold, but is in a quick recommit with his wingman Shin once he recognizes that nothing is going on and he's not dragging anybody. So they turn back. Very aggressive. War Dogs are continuing this very aggressive, hot aspect press and keeping 100 Kiev on the back foot. So now Break Shot and Falcon on the flip side are continuing to egress back towards Black Pixel and Kraut, who are the second two-ship committed in here against Cosmic Doubloon and Shin and the rest of the War Dogs. But why are Jungly and Kravegar turning cold? Separation between these guys is now, instead of 9 nautical miles, is up to almost 20. What's going on there? Not entirely sure. Kraut puts an ER. He's okay in altitude, 20,000 feet, against Cosmic Doubloon, who immediately defends. He's coming across the formation in his jungle camo. I don't think that missile is going to have any way, shape, or form enough energy to cause any problems for Cosmic Doubloon as he comes in here. You can see the enemy marks as he recommits, turns cold away from those. Those weren't enemy marks. They were friendly marks, so they are running away towards their friendly two-ship of Kravegar and Jungly. And now the depth of the 100 Kiev formation has seemingly dissipated as Kraut and Black Pixel lead the way in Breakshot and Falcon. Look how separated they are. 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers now between their two ships, as Kraut and Black Pixel are now stacked on top of one another. So they're getting their press on. Cosmic the Balloon commits without his wingman, who is still cold. So Cosmic the Balloon is now pressing by himself. We can see a hot bandit inbound. Actually, I think that's a missile launch coming from Cosmic the Balloon. ET coming on Cosmic the Balloon. He now defends, drops some flares. He's out of gate, back into gate. That ET should be easily defeated. Don't see a problem there. That ET indeed is defeated. And Kravegar puts the first two AIM-54s out on Kraut. And meanwhile, Cosmic the Balloon is now pressing against Breakshot. So this could be our first incursion. R-77 coming from Cosmic the Balloon out on Breakshot. Breakshot is low. There is the defense coming from Breakshot. Is that 77 going to hit? It does. And Cosmic the Balloon puts another, I think that was an R-77 out. But Breakshot is the first casualty on the 100 Kiev side. 4 pilots remaining on the War Dog side. 3 now for 100 Kiev. And Breakshot gets taken out, getting a bit too gung-ho there, and was isolated coming in there for 100 Kiev. ETs and ERs coming in against Kravegar, and it looks like the southern man gets taken down by an AIM-54. Sorry we didn't see that, but now there's only 2 pilots remaining for 100 Kiev against 4 remaining for War Dogs. So Cosmic the Balloon is pressing now, coming in against Falcon. Falcon gets an ER off against Cosmic the Balloon. Cosmic the Balloon is in really close. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from that one unless that one went into the ground. ET comes out from Falcon. That gets flared. Don't see that as being a problem. He's still hot. 73 is going to be coming off in a minute. There's the 73. Flares coming from him. Second 73. He merges, and Falcon takes down Cosmic the Balloon in a merge, and it just came down to Falcon being more aggressive with the countermeasures and Cosmic the Balloon not being aggressive enough with the weapons. But Falcon is now in here deep. He's merged with the F-14. He now commits off the F-14 and is now head-to-head with Kravegar. 120B coming out against Falcon. That's going to take him down. 73 comes out from Falcon. Don't think that's going to be able to turn with Kravegar. And now we've got Shin, Jungly, and Kravegar remaining, with Black Pixel being the only combatant remaining for 100 Kiev. So what a showing coming from the War Dogs in this engagement. ER coming from Black Pixel against the 2-ship of Jungly and Shin. Kravegar is out of this engagement. That ER gets notched or is immediately unsupported. And Black Pixel is now the lone ship for 100 Kiev and is maintaining a hot aspect. I don't know what he's defending against. Maybe he's trying to defend against an unknown IR threat. He drops a couple of flares coming in there. Do we have anybody coming in hot? Shin recommits in his F-18. He's got plenty of weapons left. There goes the 120. Coming in on Black Pixel, and I think Shin's going to be able to take him down. He's not going to be able to get away from those 120s. There it is, as Black Pixel's wings say, see you later. And that is a round 1 victory for War Dogs in a very quick, very aggressive showing for the War Dogs here in this round 1. They are able to take it in commanding fashion against 100 Kiev with 3 pilots remaining. Guys, I'm going to jump to a quick break, get round 2 set up, and we will be back to see how round 2 goes. Will 100 Kiev be able to come back against the War Dogs and equalize this and send us into a round 2 or round 3? We'll have to wait and see. Enjoy this fan video as I get round 2 set up. See you guys back here in just a minute.
Sleep now under my skin, make sure I'm trying to up to your brother. He's calling out your name. Oh, hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. Oh, you couldn't help out your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were fucked up by the blade. You carry the code. Couldn't fight it before them. Let it. You carry the code. Couldn't fight it before them. Let it. Let it pass. Somebody go up to your brother. He's calling out your name. Oh, hiding under the covers with no one else to blame. Oh, you couldn't help out your own neighbor. You couldn't tell it to his face. You were fucked up by the blade.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here again. If you guys missed it and are just joining us, we are watching a replay from last week's match. I didn't stream it. 100 Kia versus War Dogs. I don't know how this one ends, but War Dogs just took round one in a pretty dominant way against 100 Kia with 3 pilots remaining. So we're just ready to jump in for round 2. Will 100 Kia be able to come back and equalize this one at 1 apiece and send us to round 3? I don't know. We'll have to see. War Dogs is flying pretty darn well right now. We saw them AIM 54 get a kill in the last round, taking out somebody off screen, and I think, like chat was saying, it was just. I really think it was 100 Kiev being a bit too aggressive in their flankers against NATO pilots like Fallen said. It's really hard to combat 120s in flankers with semi-active only missiles. I mean, you do have ETs, but they're so easy to spook. So you really need to do bag and drag tactics or utilize that missile advantage that you do have. So without further ado, let's jump into the action and see how these guys get on. War Dogs and 100 Kiev are already ingressing. War Dogs has a mixed lineup, and Kiev is all 33s. Here we go. So one thing that I think was the downfall, like I just said earlier, in that last round was 100 Kiev was far too aggressive coming in there, and they were committing by themselves. And that started with Breakshot committing by himself against Cosmic Doubloon, not getting a missile off the rails, and then eating that R-77. And he was too high to attempt to notch it. If he turned right. And what he should have done is gone vertical into a split S. So tried to vertically notch it because he's too high to be able to try and, get that one on your beam. So that was just unfortunate going in there. But we're watching these guys ingress. Krasnodar versus Maycop. And it's a mixed airframe bag coming in here for War Dogs, and it was all Su-33s coming in for first 100 Kiev. So they've got a bit more of an ingress here. We've got all the time in the world. We don't see 104th versus IRIAF for about another hour, so we can get this round in no problem. Separation between the two teams is 134 nautical miles still. 100 Kiev is in close formation with one another. I only see 3 right now. Where is their 4th? There's their 4th. They're over Mach 1. Starting the ingress. They've all got... Well, not everybody has 2 ETs. Some of them only have 1. So whoever that is in the back left, Black Pixel only has 1. And I don't know who's on the right, but can't tell what they have. So, separation between the two teams is now down to 120 nautical miles. And 100 Kiev is now going into the 2-2 ships. So they're going to go into a 2-ship lead, 2-ship trail. And I think they were just far too separated coming in here in round 1. And while we watch for them to do this, let's catch up on everybody. So we've got Rock, Armand, Dev the David, Duster, and Mutt. And lastly, Nakat, thank you for the follows. Lazy Seal drops 205 bits, says, sup, brother. Granddad, thank you for the host with the 5 viewers. And Mel, thank you for the host with the 14 viewers. And Comey drops 100 biddies. Thank you guys, much appreciated. Thank you for showing the love. It all goes right back into making this stream better. My current goal, if anybody, so people know where their donations and stuff are going, is the Fat Man cluster. Fat Man from SF generously donated a Risen 1600. What else did he donate? A motherboard, not a motherboard, and a power supply to me to get this thing off the ground. So we're going to start getting that ready to go, and hopefully next year, I've been talking about this a lot, but hopefully next year, I wanted it done this year. Hopefully next year we'll be going in and we will be doing first-person perspectives for every person that's flying. By first person, I mean over the wing. So we'll be watching from something like this, where I'll zoom out. You'll have a nice big field of view, so you'll be able to see everything that's going on. But you'll be rocking from this perspective, so that you guys can see how these guys are getting on, coming in, and you guys are going to be able to ride along with each one of your pilots. So that's the goal. That is the dream. Fat Man generously got us off the ground. That is the current, where all the moolah, all the funds are going. I'm just one man in my basement, so we put a lot of monies into this so far, but that's where we're going next. Hopefully we'll have that ready to rock and roll for you guys next year, along with Jabber's Overlay. And I think hopefully we're going to have Jabber's Overlay ready to rock and roll later this year. I think we've got a workaround for it, so be ready for that to come at you rather soon. Let's jump back into the match. Enough about that. Separation between the two teams is now 72 nautical miles. Look at this separation on the 100 Kiev side. What are they doing? Where are they going? So instead of the separation you know, depth-wise, they're going horizontal. Breakshot and Falcon going up here on their own. ETs and ERs. The 233 can't carry J11s. Interesting. I don't know that the Su-27 and the Su-33 really have a place in SATAL. I mean, they do, obviously, but the J11 being able to carry R-77s is just... That R-77 is a game changer for the J11. Yeah, it doesn't have much range, but it does have the ability to stay and track the target while you turn cold. So that in and of itself is a huge victory. And plus in the J11's court. Shin ingressing here. He's rocking the asymmetrical loadout. 6 actives and 2 AIM-9s, I think. Yeah. He's just utilizing all of his pylons coming in here. So 2 tanks, 6 actives, and 2 AIM-9s. And separation between the two teams is now down to 40 nautical miles. And I think what's just happening is Breakshot and Falcon are trying to get their flank, but what's going to end up happening is it's just going to be a 2v2 in each one of these arenas. What I'd like to see is for this 4-ship coming from War Dogs to just commit on one of these guys. These guys are so far separated, 30 miles, that it's going to be next to impossible for them to support each other. Cosmic Doubloon puts an ET out. Don't think that's going to be effective in the slightest. As it comes in here, we can see 100 Keops marks. I don't think this is going to be... Yeah, that's not going to be a factor. As whoever that is that just launched is already defending. Missile's going to be completely out of energy by the time it gets there, and you can see how far that ET is out of energy already. The AIM-120 is actually going to pass it. It's only halfway to its target by now. It's just not going to happen. So Black Pixel is staying hot. Kraut's turning cold. ER is coming from both Breakshot and Falcon, and it's just... I don't know what's going on. It's two ships, north and south. AIM-54 on the way coming. I think that's against Breakshot. Let's ride along with that, see if we can grab it. There's the AIM-54 as it beelines for Breakshot. If anything, it's forcing Breakshot to be defensive, who's foxing while he defends against this. And it's going to be close. I think it's just barely going to run out of energy. Yeah, it's out of energy. I think it actually got notched there, barely. I don't know where it's going now. Breakshot's able to defend that, and it looks like it's actually forced Breakshot way, way far away from Falcon. Breakshot is now by himself, much like he was in round 1, and is committing onto Cosmic Doubloon. So let's ride from Breakshot's perspective here. And we see Cosmic Doubloon. There goes an ET against Cosmic Doubloon. Cosmic Doubloon doesn't see it yet. There's the flares. And there is an R-77, I think, in response. And that's going to be close. And Breakshot is in way too close, way too fast. And it is a repeat of round 1. Breakshot just gets decimated and just gets in too deep there by himself and just gets pulverized by a close-range R-77. Cosmic Doubloon is able to easily defeat that ET as it ingresses there. Cosmic Doubloon and Shin now reorganize as they press against Black Pixel and Kraut. ET coming in against Cosmic Doubloon. Don't think that's going to be a factor as Cosmic Doubloon flares. That missile's going to be trashed. He's an idle. Drops a few more just in case, and that missile, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to be a factor. He flies harmlessly by. And Cosmic Doubloon and Shin are now head-on against Kraut. And Falcon now coming down here. It looks like he's trying to reorganize with Black Pixel and Kraut. And look how far away Kravegar and Jungli are coming in here. And separation between these guys is 4 nautical miles. I don't like that ER. We grab it from Kraut's perspective. We can see that ER coming in here. And it's just going to run out of energy, I think. There it is. Already slowing down. Kraut turns away from it. Oh, man, that was actually way closer than I thought. Man, that was within, like, feet of Kraut. Feet! Did you guys see that? That was nuts! Oh my God, that happens all the time. And I don't know if it's desync or what, but missiles get so close to their intended targets. So close. If that had a proximity fuse, I think that should have killed him. God, that was close. ER coming from Falcon on Shin. ET coming in on Kraut now. From Cosmic the Balloon. How are we gonna... Where is that? I don't think that's gonna be a problem. We've got Shin double tapping against Black Pixel. Don't see that as being a problem. So now we've got Kravegar and Jungli against Black Pixel. Shin coming in against Falcon. And Cosmic the Balloon trying to run down Kraut. So Shin and Falcon are now in a head-on in the middle of the map here. And that ER, that's got some energy. I don't know that he gets away from that. That's got potential. He didn't stay on the notch, and the ER runs him down and turns Shin into a pencil. So now it's Cosmic the Balloon against Kraut and Falcon. Is he going to be able to run down Kraut? I think he's got the turn advantage. He's got the speed advantage. Kraut puts a missile out to the north. That looks like an ET. No, it's a 73. And we can see him taking down Kraut. And now he's in a bit of trouble coming in against Falcon. Falcon's putting missiles on him. Is he able to get away from these close ones? There's the flares coming into a merge. 73 coming out against Cosmic the Balloon. And Kraut, Cosmic the Balloon gets taken down, I think, by Black Pixel. And now it's just a two-man coming in here. Black Pixel and Falcon. We've got an AIM 54. Can we grab it? Where is 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 it? There it is. And it's beelining for somebody. I think it's might catch him. That's got potential. Then boom. And it takes him down. So that's another casualty for the 100 key up side. And we're now down to a 2v1. Kravegar versus Jungli. The F-14's getting some work done. Falcon is committing in here. What does Falcon have left? There goes the ER. That went straight into the ground, so he's 73s only. Coming into this last man standing Alamo engagement. 73, and Falcon gets taken down. And that 73 flies harmlessly past Kravegar, and that is all she wrote. So a quick one, 100 Kiev falling 2-0 against War Dogs in a balls-to-the-wall brawler fashion. War Dogs with a commanding victory. 2 pilots still remaining in this round 2, man. Congrats to War Dogs from last week. Well done by both teams. And guys, we're going to take another break. This time, it's going to be a bit longer, 45 minutes, and we'll be back for the second live round of the day. 104th versus IRIAF. Buckle in. It should be a good one. I'll see you guys here in just a bit.
Greetings, Starfighter. You have been recruited by the Starling to defend the frontier against Sword and the Golden Armada.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. We are back with SATAL 2019 Diamond League again, this time featuring IRIAF versus 104th Phoenix. It's going to be a good showdown. This match means a lot to both teams. 104th, if they win, they stay in first place and further solidify their first place wreckage of Diamond League. And IRIAF, if they win this, goes on to claim third place. And saying that, let's take a look at how the standings are looking right now. So if we look at the standings, 104th is currently in first place with 18 points. Coming off hot off their victory of Ta. They haven't lost yet. They're the only undefeated team in Diamond League. The only other undefeated team in SATAL is Pan Squadron in Gold League Group A. IRIAF is in 5th place with 9 points. If they win, they will bunny hop 51st Bison and move to 12 points. Now, 51st can pass them, but 51st has 7 matches while IRIAF only has 6. And Sky has 5 because one of their matches got pushed back to November, so they could come back here. But this is a big match, big time match for IRIAF. If they win, they move into the top 4, which is a big deal for the later end of the year tournament. So Billy, how do you think this one's going to play out? 104 typically is very aggressive. They typically rock F-14s with the 2 Mark 47s. IRIAF typically takes mixed airframes. How do you think this is going to go down? And sorry guys, you guys actually can't see the web page. I'm going to bring that up now, but how do you think this is going to go down?
I think this is going to be an interesting one for sure. Both these teams definitely know how to bring it, and as you stated, 104th usually comes out with that aggressive style. And oops, switching down spot there. And IRIAF really showed a lot of promise in the last match we saw with them. So I find it interesting too. We got Stooge in a J11, and then it does look like we got Knight in a F14 with a boatload of F15s to back that up. So all the usual suspects from 104th. I feel like we're probably going to see them on their A game. That match we got to watch versus Tall was pretty good, and they definitely look like they've been flying at their A game right now. So I can't really speak as much to the Iranian side. I know the last time I saw them, they had a lot of promise going for them. So hopefully they can carry that on into today, and we get ourselves one heck of a match.
Yeah, I think this is IRIAF has everything to gain, and 104th has everything to lose coming into this. So
certainly,
104th's got a lot on the line, but they've shown in the past that they've got what it takes to stand with the best. Especially last week when they came against Ta, they really took it to Ta in what turned out to be a barn burner. And this week they're coming against mid-range contender of IRIAF. We'll have to see if they're able to bring back the same airmanship that we saw with them against Ta and bring it against IRIAF. And if they do, IRIAF's, they've got some work.
Indeed they do, and I think we were certainly poised for an upset here, considering the stakes on the table. So I think when you reference how much 104th has to lose, you're absolutely right. So I think they definitely need to be on your A game. It's those matches that you don't feel like you need to win. Sometimes that can sneak up and really get you and end up causing a problem down the road once playoff time rolls around. And then, just keeping that kill-death ratio up there and working on putting, some other points on the board, or in the standings, I should say, for, I think we all know how these tiebreakers can kind of shake up towards the end of the year. So having ammo in your pocket for that is certainly important. So something that 104th probably wants to keep in mind as they go into today's match.
Right. Oh, sorry, guys. Didn't mean to do that. Who do you think has the advantage coming in here? I'm going to give it to 104th.
I think just based upon record, everything like that, you got to give 104th the edge. If I'm a betting man, I certainly would give them the odds favorite in this one. I don't know by how many points you'd call the spread on that, but I definitely think that they're the favorite just based upon what they've done already this year. However, don't, like I said, I wouldn't sleep on the Iran side. 2 F-14s with Alpha Whiskey and Challenger. So this is, I think, also an F-18 in Fuji. So interesting array of aircraft from the Iranian side. Curious how that is going to end up playing into the big picture here.
Change the music going here. Oh, there we go.
So I think 3 F-14s might be our highest total so far in SATAL for the Tomcat since we got her. Right? Maybe
3 F-14s?
2 on the Iranian side, 1 on the 104th side.
Okay. I was like, 3 F-14s on one side? That's unheard of. What are you talking about?
No, but I think 2 on one side is the most we've seen. I think someone's done that once before, but I don't think we've seen more than that on one side.
104th has done it at least once.
Yes. With 3 F-14s?
No, they've done it with
just 2. Just 2. Yeah, okay, that's right.
I don't think we've seen 3 yet. I don't
No,
think
that's
Most
audacious.
we've seen is 2. So who's flying in this match? Stooge is back. Stooge didn't fly against Ta. Stooge is rocking the lone J11 for the 104th side. Then we have Spade, Maverick, Fallen, and Blaze in F-15s, and Knight is in the F-14, presumably with somebody else. I don't know who he's going to be flying with. And then on the IRIAF side, we have Hunter and Hawk, along with Falcon in F-15s, Fuji in an F-18, and Challenger and Whiskey in an F-14. Gorgon is going to be loading into something, though I don't know what he's going to be loading into yet.
Gorgon was on the 104th side or the IRIAF?
Gorgon's on the IRIAF side. I don't know how it's gonna shake out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
I'm gonna assume he's gonna pick an F-15. That would be my
Wouldn't
guess.
that put them at 7 pilots?
No, they have an F-14. Remember, it's 2 ship. Or it's a
Well, no,
ship.
I'm showing 2 F-14s on the tarmac. At
IRIAF may be taking 2 F-14s.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Gorgon just slotted into an F-14, so I don't know if we're waiting on one more.
Oh, so he must be okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's the Rio, or either the pilot or the Rio. Yeah, based upon what I'm seeing on the map here.
Looks like 104th is asking what's going on there, but we are indeed waiting on, I think, one more. So there's Gunslinger, so I think it's going to be 2 F-14s aside.
Wow.
This hasn't happened yet. This is a big deal. This is new. So I'm really enticed to see how this one goes down. I mean, we have virtually everything is represented here. We have flankers, we have F-15s, we have F-18s, we have Tomcats. Really the only thing that's not here of the major contenders that we see a decent amount of in SATAL is the Mirage. So the Mirage is the only thing that is not here. Fuji, our man, the one-man carry everything, is rocking 6 actives and 6 AIM-9s. That is a lot of cheese. That's a lot of stuff.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
Oh. So, 50 Shadow asks if we're going to be able to listen to the participants' comms. Not this year. It's something that I think I'm going to do next year, but I got to get all the teams and stuff on board with it. I think teams kind of think it's a bigger deal than it is. Really what it comes down to is people don't want spectators to know like how stressed they are. They don't want to hear people, their voice cracking and stuff when they freak out and they're getting launched on, and how bad comms can get and stuff. But that's just part of air combat, and that's how everything goes. That's how everything goes down, and that's how, regardless of what team you are, that stress inflection is a big part of what allows us as the viewers to really get in and have a more intimate viewing experience with these teams as they fly. So that's something that I'm really going to push for next year, and it's something we've been talking about over the year and tail end of last year. And we're just gonna. I gotta get it in there. I gotta get my foot in the door.
If you pay attention to the DCS World Events social media channels, Moltar's been working with Growling Sidewinder, put together these really cool videos of some of the different fights and you do end up getting some of those comms. So it may not be available to us live in the moment now, but some of these engagements and interactions are available after the fact for you to kind of consume from a different perspective. And you do get a lot of the communications there, which they even had, I think it was CNF. Did you guys translate? Pardon me, right, for that, I believe?
Yes. No, that
Which
was
is
Pan
really-
Swatter. That was
Pantswatter. Pardon me. So really cool to even just see the translation and all that stuff. So for those of you guys not checking that stuff out, I highly recommend going out there on YouTube and Twitter, searching out that stuff, because it is, and I think we got some links down below there too for that stuff as well. But it's really cool. I've really been enjoying, kind of, even as someone who's watching it from my perspective, being able to sit down and see it from the other perspective has been really cool. So definitely check that stuff.
Yeah, I am trying to get the first person perspectives and give more of a, ride along aspect to what these guys are actually going through. So we'll just have to see who's able to share that stuff going forward, because the more people that share their first person perspectives with me as far as participants, the more and better those videos can get.
Absolutely, and it's for especially for the guys, the new guys just getting in and maybe just finding SATAL and stuff like that. Watching those videos, you can learn a lot from what we talk about here, but you can also learn a lot from watching those videos, because there's a lot to be gained about when guys are doing stuff and all that kind of back and forth there. So definitely worth checking out. Good quality content.
Even if you don't learn anything, it's getting into the more intimate parts of the flying, and you actually hearing the comms. You actually are able to glean more of what's actually going on instead of just seeing it from the 10,000 foot view like we do so often here.
Yep. Cool stuff.
So while we got a bit of a lull, let's catch up on what I've missed. Comey dropped 100 bits. Thank you very much. Clockwork, CW2, Crow's Foot, Psycho, JH, JC Heavy, all with the follows. Thank you and welcome to the show. Samurai drops 200 bits and says, planes will be destroyed and the Victor will have the last planes flying. Thank you, John Madden. I really appreciate that. Amazing insight, Samurai, as always. Thank you very much, brother. And then Shonuf with the Prime sub. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. I know you've subbed here before, but welcome back to the show. Hopefully you guys are all enjoying what you're seeing right now. So we're just waiting on everybody to get ready and get taxiing. I don't know who we're waiting on. I think we're waiting on one of the F-14s. I'm pretty sure 104th is already ready to go. I guess they're just finishing up, and IRIAF hasn't even started taxiing yet.
Now, one thing we better remember to ask when there's 14s in play, are there talids on any of these 14s?
We haven't seen talids for a while.
And it's been a minute.
Really, since they first came out. Now, IRIAF could take them. We can jump down here and see this music.
I'm looking now, and I'm not seeing any. It looks like there are 2 Phoenixes there allotted, along with some 7s and some 9s. Although, yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. But I'll check the 104th guy. Because I think they were the ones that did it in the past, but I don't, like I said, I don't believe they have in their last few outings. So.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen talids really since they first came out. A couple of the Chinese teams used them, and we really haven't seen them since. So I don't think we're going to see them going forward. They just weren't effective, and I think you'd rather have the AIM-7s than the talids.
I think you're right.
It doesn't make much sense in a combat situation. I think it makes more sense to spoof SAMs, but to spoof enemy aircraft like that, you may get them to waste 1 missile, but I don't really think you're going to get anything else out of it. Duro drops 100 bits and says, go 104th. Is anybody going to jump on the IRIAF side? Anybody going to get into a bit war and really show Durdo what's up? show them what IRIAF's got to offer. We see IRIAF getting started with the wings starting to sweep out. Have there been any changes lately, Billy, with the Tomcat? I know last patch there was a significant change to the way it handles, supposedly.
Yeah, I believe I don't fly it a ton. Actually, I've been mostly in the last few times I've been in it, I've been in the back seat. So I do know that they adjusted some flight model stuff, which from the guys who fly it that I've talked, seemed like it was a pretty decent improvement, but nothing too crazy. I know there was the issue that it had with the black wings and stuff like that, but that, not black wings, but the darker textured wings, I should say. That stuff all got addressed, I believe, in this most recent update. It's been running pretty good for me. I mean, aside from the outstanding, missile desync stuff like that, I don't believe any of that stuff's been addressed yet, but I think that's an ED thing, not a heat blur thing.
Sorry,
but for the most part, just the desync stuff with the Phoenixes and all that, I don't think any of that stuff's really been super addressed.
Well,
so I'm not
sure.
sure.
I think a big part of that, though, is that there hasn't been a lot of pressure put on by the community yet, because a lot of people don't even know that that's a
just
problem.
don't realize it. Yeah. No, you see it if you play enough in some of the multiplayer servers. It doesn't really matter even which one. You just see it with the Phoenixes, which you can understand. It's fast. There's a lot of math going on there. There's a lot of stuff happening at once on that. So, to a degree, some of that stuff I guess is to be expected to be difficult. But I mean, I think at the same note, it's something that probably needs to be addressed sooner than later with that. But I think that requires ED to be a little more vested in multiplayer.
Interesting that I don't know. It's not limited to the Phoenix, obviously, but I wonder if the desync also plays into the issue where the missile will pass you, and then it'll do like 180 degrees and continue to lock you. I have no idea how it does that, and it is really annoying because it stops up your RWR, and you continue to be chased by a missile that shouldn't be able to do that.
Correct.
And I'm assuming it does that
yesterday.
because it flies into the ground, right? It doesn't die when it hits the ground. It just keeps going. And it's able to turn around slowly.
It has the time and space to do what it needs to do to get back on you, even though it's technically under the ground. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Foxtrot Alpha asks, is flying on the multiplayer servers the best way to get better? Been flying offline to get the basics down. Tried one server and the people were less than friendly. Foxtrot, it depends on where you fly.
Are there friendly servers of any game anywhere on the internet? I don't know of many.
Well, DCS used to be one, but the big thing to get friendly responses, the big thing to get friendly responses on the DCS community is you need to be on comms. If you're on comms, a lot of times people can be very friendly. So Growling Sidewinder is a good server to get started on. 104th can be a good server to get started on. Jump into either one of their Discords. Growling Sidewinder is probably the most populated DCS server, and there's usually people on their Discord comms. Just jump in there, ask questions. What frustrates people the most is when people get in there, don't ask questions, and then end up killing their teammates.
Yeah.
It's more important to be vocal, ask questions, and be open that you don't know what you're doing. And I think you'll be surprised at how quickly you'll find somebody that'll take you under their wing and show you what's going on. Because I can remember the first time when I got into DCS coming from Arma, I took off in an A10 or an F-15. I was on 104th because DCS doesn't have a ton of, populated servers. And back then, 4 or 5 years ago, it had even less. So I got on there and I took off, and all these beeps and flashes were happening, and then I just blow up. And I had no idea what was going on. I knew how to fly the plane, but I didn't know why any of this stuff was happening. And so that can be intimidating in and of itself. So don't let that be a huge factor. Get on and ask questions, and I think you'll be surprised at what the community can do for you. But Shakal Ghazi drops 500 bits and says go 104th, and then Lazy Seal drops 1,000 bits and says bring it on. So the bit war has started. I'm assuming Lazy Seal is in the IRIAF corner, and Shonuf is in the 104th corner along with Ghazi. So we'll have to see who goes on the top. Oh, and Show dropped another 500 bits and says mine. And Lazy Seal dropped. I missed a lot. What was
Slaying
I doing?
it down.
I was talking. So Lazy drops. We'll start from the beginning. Lazy Seal puts in 205 bits and says, "No, I'm first by bits today." Durdo says 100, 104th, and passes him back. Shonuff drops 420, says mine. They're going back and forth, and it just goes on and on and on. And we are still going as Shonuff drops another 60 to retake the lead. Well, he's got a ways to take it back from Lazy, who dropped 1,000. But guys, much appreciated. This is going into the Fat Man cluster to get that going for the first or third person perspectives for each one of the pilot's views. So we're just waiting on these guys to get taxied and lined up. IRIAF was a bit slow to get going. Today's matchup takes place Bandar versus Kerman. So last match was Krasnodar versus Vodi. We're back on the Persian Gulf for this. Where's my mouse? There it is. And I think we got a good matchup in front of us. Do you think the Phoenix is gonna be something today?
I mean, certainly with the 6 of them in play, I think we're going to obviously see it more than we normally do. Whether it's employed, at the right time in the right situation is a whole nother ball game. I tend to think that we're going to see these 2 F-14s on the 100 or on the IRF side probably be working together in a pair. Whether they try to go off and segment off guys from 104th is another story. Going to be curious to see what we get out of formations here to start off with, and just see where they put these F-14s. I think that's going to speak to where and when they're going to try to shoot with them, at least initially.
What I think is going to happen is the F-14s are going to lead the way. The F-14s are going to try and at least use one Phoenix to try and disband the IRIAF formation. And I think what's happened in the past with IRIAF is they tend to take jammers and they tend to fly in a line. And it can be very difficult to sort that line going in.
Yeah, I see what you mean there. That can stack up and become very cloudy very quickly there. You don't really know how many or who is where in that type of stack with those jammers.
Durdo dropped another 104 bits and said 104th all the way, baby. So, guys, like I predicted, Bit War, a nuke's coming.
Hopefully that ends up better than my Bitcoin experiment, because that didn't go well.
I still have a little money that I just forgot about.
I refuse to give up. I'm just going to leave it there until maybe one day it's back to where it was.
Or it's worth nothing and you don't have to take any money.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just done with it. It's just gone at that point.
IRIAF had one guy disconnect, so we're waiting on him to reconnect. DCS.
Today has been a day of technical issues along the way for the pilots of SATAL, so I think it's something in the air today. We'll kind of blame it on that.
Lazy Seal says IRIAF would steal my heart if they used MiG-29A and F-14. Do you think we'll ever see a full-fly MiG?
Oh, man, would that be nice.
You think we'll see one?
I mean, I would hope that there is. I was saying this the other day to someone. Maybe with this Flight Simulator 2020 coming out from Microsoft, we see some of these third-party devs, possibly look for new avenues to produce modules for, and maybe one company comes in and finds DCS and takes a shot at some of these Russian modules. I mean, I know it's a challenging thing because there's not a lot of information available, as we've discussed on here before. So it's a challenging thing, and I think you have a group of people who are going to be very particular about that thing being right and being accurate. So I think that's going to be a general challenge for whatever company takes that on. I tend to feel like that community that supports that airframe is going to be very specific on that. Any type of fudges on those numbers and the flight model and that sort of thing, I don't think would be received well. So I think it's going to really take a big effort to get something like that done.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, ED has specifically said that they won't do a flanker or anything, but do you think the third-party devs would actually do it? Do you think somebody like Heatler would do one? I mean, we're obviously a few years off, We do have the JF-17 coming, which those screenshots look good.
They look beautiful. They really do.
Man.
That air-to-ground radar is got me excited as a Hornet pilot.
Something in Deca Ironworks corner. I've liked how they publicized the JF-17.
Yeah.
They haven't really done anything. They're just showing people as they get work done. They're not overhyping it. They're not trying to, they're not doing pre-orders. They're not doing anything. It's just people are really excited about it. They're keeping their mouths shut, not, saying we got X, Y, and Z systems coming. They're just saying, hey, here's one that's coming. Here's what we've done so far. Hopefully you guys enjoy it when it comes out.
No, if you check out their Facebook page, you can really follow along as they kind of tick things off the imaginary checklist there as they get ready to release that thing. I'm very excited about that. I'm not normally a red, Eastern plane guy, if you will, and I really am excited about that. I'm excited for that thing to go up against the F-16 and to really see how the what's the phrase I'm looking for there? The weird brother of the F-16 and it face off against each other,
Is trying to instill some urgency in here, because we're going on 30 minutes just to take off for round one.
It looks like he's moving now, though, so hopefully here in a few moments here we'll be getting underway.
So Ghazi drops 1,600 bits and says, can't touch this, go 104th. Then Lazy Seal comes back and drops another 1,000 bits and says, nice try, Kappa.
Impact 33. I feel like he's right with that. I feel like that JF-17 is just going to drop one day. Like, we're just going to be like, oh, man, it's out. Holy crap. And everyone's going to freak out, which kind of...
But I think that's how to do it. I think that's how to do it.
I agree. It's more exciting.
And I think what may end up happening is Deca's going to get the JF-17 out. I wouldn't be surprised if they do something with the J-11.
It'd be nice. They did a good job on that HQ7 that just released, and I think we're getting the raid. They dropped a screenshot from the radar unit for that this week, which I think, especially for the public server world, with the ones that, do a lot with the SAMs and stuff like that, that's an interesting system there. It's got a pretty decent range to it. It's can operate independently of its radar unit, I believe, so it's a two-phase, so you got to hit both things to really disable it. It's got a longer range than an SA-8 by a little bit, I think. I may be fudging a little bit of this, but I'm excited to kind of see that thing hopefully make its way into the battlefield there.
Just waiting on 104th to see if they're ready. And I have a feeling Hunter might disconnect here again. But that's the Fights On call. We are underway in this round one of match pseudo 2 of the day. We had a replay in the middle, but match 2 of the day, SATAL 2019 here in August. 104th between IRIAF. The 1700 match is finally rolling out. F-14's getting going. Let's turn it up, watch these guys ingress, and see how their formations unfold. Samurai, that hurts. It hurts my feelings. Don't like me that much. And I'm not holding the door, so sorry. I just let them all out. Waiting on the F-15s to depart. We saw the F-14s depart down here at Bandar. IRIAF usually takes a while in parts. About a minute separation between everybody.
I think this might be my favorite matchup as far as air bases go.
Southern Jumper comes in and just shuts everybody up with 5,000 bits and says 104th all the way. You guys got to up your game to compete with Southern Jumper. And then there's a bunch of... Man. Making
Jumper.
it rain. This is a hailstorm today. I'm gonna go off stage in pieces. But guys, this all goes towards the Fat Man Cluster, which we are officially calling the Fat Man Cluster. Just to make the third-person views possible, this is a big deal. So Jumper, the 50,000 bits, guys, and everybody, Lazy Seal, Ghazi, Durdo, Shonuf, much appreciated, guys. It really makes me feel good knowing that you guys enjoy this and helping out to further what we're trying to do. All of this goes in, and just this is going to go directly to making this a possibility. And then Lazy Seal comes in and shuts Southern Jumper up and takes the lead again.
Oh, you don't do that for long. Those words you just put together that doesn't last long. You don't shut Southern Jumper up for more than a few minutes at most.
So just watching these guys ingress, I don't know that IRIAF's going to have any type of formation. The 14s are way out in front, 10 nautical miles. And on the 104th side, everybody's pretty close. I have a fly on my screen, and it's driving me nuts. And then Kobe comes in and drops the 1 bit and says, "Go 64." Oh, Comey, what well played, sir. Well played. But guys, thank you again. It means a lot. So thank you, gents. Much appreciated.
Comey's always coming through with that big hook energy.
Oh, yeah. That's all that matters, Comey, is the big hook energy. We know what you have down under. That's
Hooks down, boys. Hooks down.
Hooks down for Comey. Separation between the two teams is 130 nautical miles. And Billy, we keep coming back to the Tomcats, but do you think in this first pass they're going to do anything? Do you think there's going to be a casualty from a Phoenix?
I mean, these two are certainly out leading the charge for IRIF. Whether or not these two F-15s, I mean, we're talking... Both of these two airframes in lead both have track wall scans, so they can both unleash a shot like that. The 14s obviously have the much longer range here in that whole equation. So, I think conventional wisdom here is going to tell me that these two F-14s are going to try to fox on these two F-15s on the lead here from probably somewhere in the 50 to 30 mile range, maybe 28, 29 at the most if they're trying to push it there.
Dude, you guys are killing me. Southern Jumper drops 10,000 bits and says, really, nice try. Boom! Just drops the bomb.
I told you guys. I knew that was coming.
It's like Jabber's opener when he does that thing and the bomb hits and then the shockwave comes across. The first 50,000 were the bomb, and then the next 10,000, the first 5,000 were the bomb. Then the next 10,000 is just the shockwave just hitting you in the face.
Yep.
So now, I don't know, is Fat Man getting pushed out of the Fat Man cluster? I mean, what's going on? I mean,
it's a big mountain to climb now, that's for sure.
Where in one stream, you guys have made it possible where I think I can do 2 workstations. And Alamancy, I don't want you to be discredited, so he says, I agree, 104th all the way, and GR for Gold League. So much appreciated, Alamancy. You guys have single-handedly contributed enough, probably for at least 2 workstations. And the idea here is to utilize like a Ryzen 1600 and a extended ATX board to run 4 1050 Ti's, run them in like, I don't know what host OS, but virtualize all of them, and then run 4 workstations, maybe 5, depending on how many GPUs I can get off of jumpers and stuff, and be able to run 4, maybe 2 cores per VM, and just stream them using NVENC through the GPUs.
I think you're starting to lose some people out there, my dude.
Well, what I mean is to utilize one workstation for multiple clients. So instead of
Correct.
having like 4 independent PCs, I would virtualize all of them on one machine. So that's the idea. But
With our powers combined.
with our
Captain
powers
Planet.
combined, Fat Man Cluster and Southern Jumper come together to form. I don't know what accent I'm going to, but that's what
Yeah.
where we're
It
going.
worked.
To form the third person pilot perspectives. I
Whoa.
think if we can get that going, it'll just propel this to the next level.
Well, I think everybody here is on board with us taking this whole thing to the next level, right? I mean, I think that's good for everybody at the end of the. And it's looking like we got Challenger 67 and Alpha Whiskey taking very interesting headings here now, splitting off from one another, and the main foursome of those F-15s and Falcon, or and Hornet, pardon me. Curious what they're going to try to do here. Still have a decent amount of separation between them and those lead F-15s for 104th at 70 miles. So we're going to probably see these two F-14s get back hot aspect here in the next 20 miles-ish.
No, Samurai, Comey just went, he did the Price is Right approach and just went, 1 bit, Bob, 1 bit. And he came in low. He has isolated himself, but he can't be outdone. There's no one that can go lower. So just keep that in mind.
Is the leaderboard for the low guys on the list in the ladies' bathroom?
You know, if you invert it, he's on the top then.
There you go.
Yeah. So IRIAF is doing something a bit interesting. I don't know if they're coming into a 6-ship wall, but the 2 Tomcats just spread out. They are isolated from one another now. You can see the other guys out their ways. Dirto drops another 520 bits. Cheers 104th on a couple times and says 104th, you got this, man. We'll have to see. We'll have to see who comes out on top. I think we got a good match possibly
This
unfolding here.
is certainly looking like.
104th
No.
really hasn't had to contend with other Tomcats very much.
No, not at all. And now this is a formidable front line shaping up for Iran here with these 2 F-15s and 2 F-14s spread across that front line. Looks like Fallen and Stooge now taking a more western head. Looking
Yeah,
to maybe spread this thing out a little.
I don't know where they're going. They always do this, and I don't know how exactly it plays out. And I heard another bit warning. And CVW8 Jazzy drops 10,000 bits. Says, can't let my pilot take all the glory. Guys, we're going to single-handedly in one day knock out this cluster to make this possible. Like, if we keep going, we could make this happen next week, as long as I can figure out the particulars to get this into fruition. This is amazing. Like, if you guys could see the shit-eating grin on my face.
Oh, I can
how
imagine.
Just like, I'm astonished at the community support for this. I mean, we started SATAL to just have some fun, and seeing everybody get behind it is, guys, it means a lot. So thank you to everybody. Jazzy, thank you for the 10,000 bits. It means a lot coming from everybody. And then Lagnad drops 200 bits and says Uni 100, drops that a couple times. So much appreciated, guys. Oh, man. Let's jump back into the action. So Blaze The teams are now 19 nautical miles apart. We are getting dangerously close to non-runaway range, like high PK range for these Phoenixes. But look how low the Tomcats are. What is Gunslinger doing? And there goes a Phoenix. He is low. Low, low, low. And I don't know who that's on. They're both low. They're all low. Why are they all so low?
Yeah, everybody below 20.
Totally unusual. Bizarre. Stooge puts an R77 out from a distance away. That's coming in on Falcon. And that AIM 54, I think, is on Blaze. I don't anticipate that being really effective. Is it even still tracking?
It's got some momentum. It's definitely tracking. I'm on it. I'm on the missile.
He's gonna drive that into the ground.
Yeah,
I think.
I think he's done a pretty good job of working it low there.
Maybe not.
I don't know. Nah, there's a hill
It's
there.
out of energy.
Little bit of deflated. Yep.
Well, defilade for a Phoenix doesn't mean anything. That thing turned into a tremor and it's now driving underground. So let's not underestimate
It's funny.
the Phoenix.
It actually is still going on the mat. Just cruising.
But then Falcon crashed. God, that's really unfortunate. So now we're down to 5 pilots for the IRIAF side.
It seemingly is the guys coming up from the south just having bad luck today. I mean, just bad luck across the board. It's been one of those days. We don't often have that here, but it just seems like it's been the narrative today.
Hawk's getting in here deep in his F-15. He's got a full load of weapons.
Ooh.
He may be in a pretty good shooting position coming in here. That looks like a Phoenix that just got launched above him.
That though, he should have turned away already.
That's not on Hawk. Nope, not on Hawk.
The Phoenix.
I don't know that they know Hawk's there.
Oh, they
don't know Hawk's there.
That is on Hunter. Now those 120s just kicking in. Here comes the evasion from Knight and
Spade is in trouble. Spade is in trouble. So he's diving here. He's really fast. But that missile's coming up on him, and it takes Spade down. So Hawk getting I don't even know what to say. Getting in deep and taking him down. Equalizing the playing field. Hawk takes down Spade. And we thought that AIM 54 was going to cause trouble for Hawk, but Hawk single-handedly is just causing chaos in the line. And that Phoenix is coming in on Hunter. Barely misses Hunter. We saw it come by his 6, and now Hawk is getting run down. Is he far enough away to be able to run away from these missiles? I think he is, as long as he stays straight.
Felt like he was trying to do a little bag and drag there, get himself a little deeper, and then turn or get a couple shots off and try to drag a few of these guys back towards the rest of his squad mates coming up from this. Now Maverick with a 120 out to check Challenger off to the east.
I think Hawk's in trouble. Hawk is in trouble. Is that an ER coming? Think it's a 77. Is that going to be able to maintain the energy? Is it maintaining it through the turn? Ooh. Yes! And Hawk gets taken down. Second casualty of the run. And we are down to a 4v5. Stooge is getting in a bit deep, but he may be in a bit too deep, as now I think he's tunnel visioned it on Challenger, and Alpha Whiskey is going to be able, I think, to cut off his egress.
But Fallen coming in right now to back him up.
But I don't know that's going to matter because that AIM 54...
Challenger gets gone.
We did. Challenger just went into the ground. And that AIM 54, can we grab that Phoenix? Here's the Phoenix coming in on... I think that's coming in on Stooge.
It is. And it's got momentum. Fallen with a nice vertical notched out. What looks like to be outrun a 120.
And it takes Stooge down. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. But Fallen, I think, took...
he had
somebody
a good
else
vertical
died.
notch there.
I think somebody... Who else died? We're down to a 3v4.
Challenger 67 got hit by Stooge or... No, Mavericks 120, I believe, took out Challenger 67.
So now we see... Fuji getting in deep, and Fuji's got a 120 coming in on him. Is he going to be able to get away from that? He's into a vertical notch. No, turns into a pencil, and he's lawn darting into the ground. So now it's a 2v4, 104th with the advantage. Hunter and Alpha Whiskey, the only guys remaining. Blaze, Fallen Knight, and Maverick for the 104th side. They have there's still 2 Tomcats, and I think Alpha Whiskey is out of Phoenixes. He's got 3 7s left and 2 AIM 9s. Without the Phoenix, the Tomcat's a bit declogged.
Indeed. He's now going to push in real tight, and with 120 still left in the mix, that's a challenge.
And Knight and Bullet still have a Phoenix. So they still have some reach. And Alpha Whiskey, I think, is getting a bit flanked here. He's coming in on Knight. Maverick is coming in on his right side, and I don't know that he's going to be able to get away from that. He puts an aim 9 out. Here comes Maverick from his front. Where'd he go? 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 There goes the aim 7 against Maverick. I don't know that he gets away from this. There goes the second aim 7. Two aim 120Bs coming in on Gunslinger. I don't think he gets away from these. He gets taken down. Aim 7s are not going to be a factor as they're going to be dead in the water. And we miss the kill up north. And the remaining IRIAF pilots just get taken out. Bam, spam, thank you, ma'am. We missed the northern kill. But what? Again, what a match. 104 every time.
It's like a tornado, dude. It's like a tornado that just rolls through. It's difficult to contend with.
This is why I need split screen. This is true, but if we can get the player cams on, you guys don't miss anything. Nothing. You guys can watch any of the streams you want. They would all be up in their own independent streams, and you guys would miss absolutely nothing every time. You would have your main stream, the player streams, hopefully attack view later if we can get somebody else who wants to run it, and it would just be, you'd never miss anything. Nothing going forward. But what a round.
Yeah.
That was completely different than what we saw in match 1. Holy crap.
Living up to the expectations there.
Man, 104th, like you said, just coming in like a hurricane and smashing the opposition. IRIAF had some good chances in there.
And they had a little bit of misfortune there. I think they had a lawn dart or two and a disconnect, right, or something along the lines of that.
They did.
So, you know, that definitely factors in, but, you know, definitely give the credit and the edge in the match to 104th. They came to play there and brought it.
So it looks like they're going to have them RTB, which I don't blame them. There was a lot of gate in that play. And it gives the IRIAF side some time to regroup. Man. 104th got a little bamboozled at the start. I think then they regrouped and they just brought out the jackhammer. And especially in that last iteration where it was 4v2, that was just a demolition of the IRIAF side. Nobody died. Maverick got in a little close, but against aim 7s, he wasn't threatened at all. And it was just no chance.
Yeah, credit to Maverick.
Shadow,
he had himself a good match.
Of Zed, no, the stream is not over. We got another round, baby. So we're going to see if we get a round 3 or if we end at round 2. It's best of 3 every time.
Yeah, I think we're going to see IRIAF come out and bring it, you know, and put up a good fight again. Hopefully they don't suffer the same, you know, connection stuff and some of the other stuff that went on that first one. But I think we're going to see a similar round to this first one here again. So strap in for round 2.
I think one of the biggest things that hurt IRIAF was coming in low. I don't know why they did that. Why sacrifice the altitude for the Tomcats?
That didn't make a lot of sense to me. Might have been some sort of theory behind it, but I just think that started things out on a bad foot there, and they struggled to kind of recover from that.
Maybe.
You know.
But guys, let's enjoy the tunes. Let's crank up the volume. Watch 104th RTB. Sit back, relax. We got round 2 coming at you here in just a minute, but we're going to take a few minutes break and just enjoy the virtual show. Billy, something one of the guys just said was that the AIM-54 loses a lot of energy when it dives from above. I'm assuming that's because of the amount of G it pulls when it comes down from its loft. So maybe it makes sense.
Well, I know that it does do better going uphill, but I know that can vary depending on the situation. However, I would assume that, you know, yeah, I mean, what did it below 15, right? If my memory serves me correctly.
Say again?
Well, the Iranians came in below 14 or 15,000 on that.
Yes. The Tomcats were below 10.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's just, I think to me that's too low. I can see, you know, a little bit less than, you know, 25 or 20 for contacts coming in around 30. I just think if those guys were coming in, like 104th usually does, above 30,000, 35,000, trying to push the thing uphill that much is a bit much. Now, granted, I'm no SME on the Phoenix, so maybe there's something I'm just not knowing or seeing there, but I feel like you may want to get that altitude up just a bit more than that. You know, somewhere in the 20, 25,000 range.
Yeah. But like Migmaster said, if you get hit by a low Phoenix that's below you, it's next to impossible to notch it. So maybe that's what they were trying to do.
You gotta come down through it. Yeah, that's a fair point. You make it
but I
very
think
difficult.
what ended up happening was they got so low that the missile just went into the ground.
And the terrain is very, it varies through this area that these two teams are fighting in pretty good. So I think that's also going to be one of those situational things. There might be portions of this where that's more advantageous than others.
Guys are just finishing up RTBing. See where they're at. They're right next to the airfield. They're in formation. Think we're going to see an overhead break, and my game's going to crash. Of course it is. Of course it is. Thank you, DCS, for being DCS. It's just fantastic of you to really enlighten us with your amazingness and make sure that we are all still aware that you do what you want to do, and that is crash whenever you want to. Jumping back into the server so we can watch these guys land. Come on. These guys are already going to be in the overhead break by the time we get into the server. There we go. Are they in the break there, Merlin? Not yet.
About to be. Yep. Got good timing. Just coming around the edge.
They're in the break now. One of them broke off. No, they're not. I see all the shadows. The shadow bug. There goes the first in the break. Tomcat will be next. There goes the Tomcat. There they go. Leader's a bit separated from everybody else, but shouldn't be a problem. Let's watch these guys come in. Samurai, I don't crash that much. One thing we do have that could be a interesting factor is that this is not the DCS World Event server. We're running on IRIAF server because IRIAF has issues connecting to Germany for some reason. I'm sure there's some type of sanction that causes that. I can almost guarantee that. But
Probably.
we're on there, so I'm sure that has something to do with it, because I've had some lag in here that I didn't have on the DCS World Event server. But Billy, I don't anticipate them having any issues landing.
Neither do I. This looks like they got it just based upon what we're seeing.
Yeah, I don't see this being a problem. So we're just watching who's leading the way here.
Looks like Fallen is first
Fallen
one.
is leading the
First
way.
touch.
It's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted either. Stupid DCS controls. What are you doing? Anything new with you, Billy, while we're landing? I've heard you've gotten a bit into X-Plane. Talk about it a little bit. Well, let's keep this DCS-centric. What do you think of the new Viper screenshots?
I was, happy to see all that stuff coming out. I feel like there was some changery that went on with the Phase 1 list. I think I saw some stuff get moved from Phase 1 to Phase 2 for the release. I was a little kind of disappointed to see that, but it does seem like it's going to get a better release feature set than the Hornet did, just based with the fact that they're saying they're going to have track while scan for the Viper on release, which they don't even have it for the Hornet yet, but I'm assuming we're going to get that probably right around the same time as we get the Viper. Who knows there? But the screens are looking nice. I mean, it's a very, very beautiful looking module. There's no doubt. Definitely good. You get the feeling you're going to feel a lot more tight in that cockpit. I know there's a lot of guys out there who've done the BMS stuff, BMS stuff. But I've only, very lightly dabbled into that. So I think just coming from these spacious cockpits of the 14 and the 18, you're going to feel a lot tighter in, just especially the VR guys inside that thing. But the bubble canopy is probably going to make you forget about a lot of that.
Oh man, I'm ready for the bubble canopy.
I think we all are ready for the bubble canopy.
I am ready.
There's so much stuff in the frame, it's not even funny.
The other thing that I'm really ready for is the power. The power that the F-16 brings over the F-18. I have missed that since flying the flanker. Like, the flanker, you get low and slow. You got the power to kick yourself out of it. The F-18 just feels fat. Doesn't feel like it has to get up and go to really get it moving when you get in that slow.
The engines aren't as responsive as probably I think a lot of us would wish it to be. It does take a second to get that push of thrust from when you set it to when you want it. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm most excited about is the harm targeting system. I think that's going to be cool. Nice, unique feature to the Viper that's going to be fun to kind of do some specific stuff with. I mean, I like dogfighting, but I also really like fighting the SAMs and kind of playing that whole game. So I think from a seed perspective, it's going to be a really, really cool module and probably the premier seed aircraft within DCS.
Getting the server restarted. Guys, I'm going to send you to a fan video while we get everything situated for round 2 between IRIAF and 104th. 104th leads currently 1-0 in a dismantling of the IRIAF side. They got started a little bit slow there in the round, but once they got the ball rolling, there was no stopping that avalanche. So jump into a fan video. See you guys back here in just a minute. Getting the server reset, and we'll have more DCS action coming at you here in just a bit.
Third final.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The server is ready to rock and roll. We are jumping in. Well, I thought it was ready.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
But what a round one. What an exciting matchup that turned out to be. I mean, yeah, 104th kind of steamrolled it, but that was... It's so much more exciting when the teams just go, wah, 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 and just beat the crap out of each other instead of, I don't know if I want to go in there and just turn around. That was... Dang. And guys, I have no idea what the noise was that I just made. I got excited, and sometimes, you know, like a small child, things just happen. So...
And I got to correct 50 shadows there. Iranians are Persians, not Arabs, but. Oh, there we go. Shake coming through with that knowledge as well.
All right, server's up.
Boom.
So we're loading into the server. Billy, do you think anything's going to go down differently there? I think if IRIAF didn't have that early casualty, if they didn't have that disconnect or whatever the hell happened there with Falcon, this could have been very, very different. Like, this could have been way different coming in there. those low
Agreed.
Tomcats and what Hawk did.
I think if they can, eliminate the some of the technical glitches and the other little hiccups that kind of hurt them in round one, I think they can fare pretty well against the 104th. I think part of the deal with 104th is you really got to figure out how to weather that storm. I think if you try to come out and match their aggression, you're going to struggle. Most teams, at least I think we see in SATAL competition, are going to struggle to try to match that aggression and tempo. They tend to walk it right to the edge of the envelope there as far as, the aggressiveness of the decision making and all that type of stuff. So I think it's difficult to really try to match them without putting yourself into, your own, digging yourself a hole with mistakes and that type of stuff. So I think part of it maybe is to weather the storm against 104th. Let them kind of maybe punch themselves out there and try to pick up what's left when that's all said and done. But try to hold on to as many airframes as you can for as long as possible. But I mean, as Samurai would point out, that's some John Madden knowledge right there for you.
But Noctrat says this is why Gold League is best league, but this is Diamond League. This isn't Gold League. This is just 104th style. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. We're not going to turn around because we're not afraid of you. Style of flying. That's what this is. And they do it every week. Week in, week out. And if you try and combat 104th with their same style, you're going to have a bad time. And that's exactly what happened to IRIAF. They tried to do it, and what happened? They had a bad time. They went home in body bags. Virtual body bags, but body bags. And it was just a desecration. Man.
Yeah,
man, oh man.
That like old school pitcher where he's going to throw you a really fast fastball and it's coming, but doesn't mean you can hit it. What they're going to do, I think, in a lot of cases, but that doesn't mean you can necessarily formulate a very good plan to deal with it because it's just not easy.
Sure enough, yeah, that's what happens. My sound effects are on point. I don't know what you're talking about. Hollywood needs to call me. Like, Moltar, we heard your sound effects are the best in the business. Come do work for us.
Hong Kong cinema sound effects. That's a phrase and a half right there, man.
Yeah, well, he's right.
It's good.
My sound effects are terrible.
I would say they're terrible, but it's just a
My
comical way
9-year-old
to
laughs
refer
at me, but it doesn't mean grown men are going to laugh at me. They're probably laughing at me, not with me. God, Moltar, this guy's an idiot.
Story of my damn life.
Yeah. That's probably why people get on here, not to enjoy the show, but just to see how big of a train wreck it is.
Yep. As long as there's not too many bodies thrown to the side afterwards, we're all set, right?
Yeah. You think this match is going to go different, Billy?
After what we saw in the first one, I struggle to think we're going to see a tremendous difference in the outcome here, but I do hold hope that the Iranian side can really put something together and maybe give us a round 3 here. I think we obviously continue to give the edge to 104th here. They've shown and proven they kind of deserve that.
I'm really hoping we get a round 3.
I do
think 104th's going to come out on top. I think once 104th gets on a roll, it's hard to get them to slow down. But I want to see a round 3. We'll have to see. Have to see what goes down. Waiting on Hawk disconnect. We're getting disconnects again. This is their server. Come on, guys. So we're missing we're missing one aircraft on the IRIAF side. 104th is ready to go. Tomcat's still getting lined up and ready to rock and roll. I think we're going to see a Phoenix, early Phoenix kill is going to be my prediction.
I would agree with that. I think we're going to see Phoenixes out at the initial merge. And I think it's going to be, once again, how these teams deal with that. I think, if I remember correctly, last time they could have got that Phoenix out on the closer contact and probably gotten a kill and pushed IRIAF back a little sooner. But I think 104th, they put it on one of their rear contacts in that first little engagement there, at least the way it seemed. So, you know, if those guys come out and even sort properly, that could have been even a faster match when you think about it. So, if they come out and do what they're good at here, it could be a short round. So, we got to really hope the Iranians come out and figure out a way to kind of weather that.
You think an AIM-54 would have been able to turn enough to stay with Hawk?
Without the TAC view or the replay again, I would struggle to be able to answer that accurately. But
and I think that F-14 would have had a hard time with that altitude disparity and how close they were, being able to see him.
I mean, do you think Hawk's RWR? I don't know. He was in an F-15. Was his RWR probably was not going off from that Phoenix?
No, definitely
No.
not.
So that's where
If Hawk would have been shot at, his RWR wouldn't have gone off.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the altitude difference was so high, unless Hawk was pointed directly at him, there's no way.
That's fair. Yeah. The altitude difference. I didn't even think about that. That's going to be right around that same range gap when you factor that in.
Because the RWR, not seeing above the aircraft, is not gonna.
Yep.
He's not gonna get any type of warning.
Which is always scary to think about.
So Challenger just reconnected. Waiting on him to get going. I think he's going to be in an F-15, so I don't see that as being a factor. Anything else you think that IRIAF could have done to weather the storm that 104th brought to him? Weather the hurricane that was hitting him in the face?
Well, I think we all know that's much easier said than done. I think, you know, you kind of have to do, you know, it's not the more glamorous route here, but some of the other teams tend to pull it. I know we saw a little bit of it in the first match today, but just kind of letting these guys, you know, not coming in and trying to be super aggressive, just dragging them around the map for a little bit, letting them get missiles off, just outrunning those Phoenixes, getting those things off the rail, and trying to thin out their resources a little bit before pushing in and engaging.
Hawks come back in and occupied an F-15, so we should be finishing up here.
They need to get
desync
moving
on
though.
that F-14.
Pretty much all 104th already lined up. And now we still need to get the Iranians moving out of their spot.
Spade looks like he's taking the active now behind the Tomcat. Sure enough, I don't know why they don't put them on the top and bottom. I'm not entirely sure why that's never been done. Maybe it is now, but none of the aircraft we have in DCS have it. I mean, the A-10 has the missile warning system for IR heat signatures that sees virtually everything, but I don't know why they're not on the top. I'm sure there's a very scientific reason, but they're not in DCS. Maybe they are in real life. Do not know. I think I only know skin deep as far as aircraft are concerned. I don't really know as much as some of you all do about how these aircraft operate, what they're made of, how they're manufactured, what their services are like, and you know what wars were like, how they flew, X, Y, and Z, and I don't know any of that info. Something I just noticed, Billy,
Sure.
is how different the lights are for the F-15 and the Su-27.
Yeah, you know, as I'm looking at the similar angle to you are right now, and yeah, I never really picked up on that myself.
I never noticed that. That's significant.
Indeed. So it's certainly a very noticeable thing when you kind of point it out.
Dirto drops another 500 bits and says, 104th, 2-0 for 104th. Go, go, go. And then thank you, brother. Much appreciated. And to catch up on the follows, we've got Farkla, Hardy Me, PC Pilot, Hansi, Pilot Sage. You've been Ganjined, Captain Gates. Thank you for the follows. Keeper of Scams, thank you for the follow. Eichberg, Rex Boy, thank you for the follows. And Spence in 50 Shadows of Zed, thank you for the follows. Much appreciated, guys. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. And guys, I want to thank all the bit donators again. That was huge and much appreciated. It's going straight to bring in the third-person action for all these pilots right at you. I don't know when it'll be done, but that put a sizable dent in making this possible. I think we're just waiting on IRIAF.
Yeah, shout out to those Athena boys making it rain today.
Hailstorm.
Indeed.
I should have been in a helmet, but I lost some brain cells. That hurt. That hurt quite a bit.
I was going to do that later on today regardless, so probably better off to take it down.
IRIAF says they're taxiing.
Are they though? One of them is certainly taxing.
Jack Holm and Jerk, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the show. Sorry, Billy.
Oh, it just seems as if maybe IRIAF is lining up on opposite ends of the runway.
Maybe they are. Maybe they're doing it Russian style.
Hey, very well could be.
Come on now. IRIAF still taxiing. Sharko says DCS has a lot of those X, Y, and Z things in it, and still pretty damn good. I completely agree. DCS,
Yep.
for all of its bugs, shenanigans, and snafus, definitely still is a phenomenal experience. I would
No doubt.
There's nothing else like it, and I still love it.
Full on addict.
So-
I think you'd agree with that one. That
Oh,
is
yeah.
about as addict as you can get with something,
I
right?
passed addict a long time ago.
Yeah, exactly.
It's become part of my life. I mean, look at what I do every Saturday.
Speaking of things of that nature, did you happen to see the Micro Pro stuff with looks
did.
like some sort of gunship
I did.
simulator we might be getting, which is very exciting.
Yeah, I retweeted that, and supposedly it's
Yeah.
going to be a combined thing where it's not just helicopters. I don't know.
Ooh.
We'll have to see what they end up doing.
Well, now I finally have a reason to spend all that money on that collective.
Yeah.
That might be on the horizon if that ends up being something worthwhile. That's for sure.
But we'll have to see how it's done.
Yeah, that's a big factor there
Could
for
be
sure.
targeting more of the arcade crowd. I don't know what they're going to end up doing.
Yeah, with things like War Thunder in the mix these days and Ace Combat, you never know what these companies, especially with the combat stuff, what direction they're going to go. I think we all agree that DCS is a big undertaking to do things to the level they are kind of committed to doing things as, challenging as that can be. But I think a lot of these other companies don't take that undertaking on because it's not easy to deliver on it. So, definitely credit to the Eagle Dynamics for just taking on, we're going to do a full fidelity, realistic combat simulator. It's just not an appealing thing to a lot of companies out there in the first place. Hopefully that's changing though. Maybe I really have high expectations that the movie Top Gun may bring in a lot of these younger kids to what we do here and expose a whole nother generation to how much fun this type of stuff is,
Well, it's fun for us, but as the nerdiness and stuff isn't for everything.
That's true. Maybe that in part due to just people not being exposed to it, just not knowing it exists and not knowing, what it's all about at the end of the day. And like I said, I think movies like Top Gun, they change that type of thing.
Just waiting on IRIAF. I'm getting congratulated on having the correct scoreboard. It's a life journey. I was hassled on it for like 2 years. I think I get it right more often than not now. I remember more often than not than I have in the past. I used to forget every time last year. Every time.
Give him some credit, guys. You think John Madden is updating the scoreboard when he was calling football games back in the day? No way. That guy's not moving the number. I thought somebody else's job.
Madden?
I'm saying that you got John Madden-like skills, my dude. So, yeah, you're up there on that level.
Or not.
I'm pretty sure everybody calls us both John Madden half the time, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
I think it's a little bit of both.
John Madden I loved him. But he was... I missed those football games. That commentating was... Sunday nights. Oh.
Pat Summerall and fucking John Madden. Doesn't get much better.
Pat Summerall is phenomenal.
Yep. Classic right there.
Come on.
These guys just really milking this whole thing out right now.
Yep. Any predictions, Philly, on how this is going to go down?
I get the feeling we're going to see something similar to what we saw in the first round, and I think, a little bit more clean, collective performance out of the Iranian side, and honestly, coin flip once we get to the merge. I'm going to go ahead and say on this one, if no issues on the Iranian side,
I think IRIAF's got a pretty good chance if they don't encounter the virtual lightning strike. If they don't get smited randomly, I think they have a chance.
The DCS gods not kind today. Not kind today on any stretch to these pilots, so that's certainly something to think about here.
They really haven't been.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Buzzing around on my TV right now.
He's been getting you all morning, huh?
It's been bothering me. He likes
tried the
my
MiG-21. I heard it's good at Flot and Swaz.
The what?
I said try the MiG-21. I heard it's good at Flot and Swat and Fly. All right. This is certainly an interesting takeoff formation.
Doesn't take 10 minutes to taxi.
But it's almost as if they're choreographing some sort of production right now.
Maybe. Let me see what they're doing.
I've been watching them the whole time. It's been interesting. 3 on one end, 3 on the other end.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Probably want to keep the camera on them for this takeoff.
I'm going
I'll
to.
just throw that one out there.
We're going to see how this goes. IRIAF, if I remember right, maybe it was number 15, did have that massive collision on departure a few weeks ago.
I think I recall that.
Nelly, what kind of weather is it on the server? It is Kavik. Nothing. Blue skies. DCS weather really isn't good enough. We tried it last year with SATAL, but DCS weather really isn't good enough to...
And I feel like if you put up a big, massive, cloud ceiling, you just prolong the match because you make things way harder. It drags things out. Yes, there's certainly an element to that, but I don't think it's as entertaining when you're watching guys just fly around through the clouds trying to find people.
No.
Especially when the clouds are the way the clouds are here, where it's different. You know, like I see a cloud somewhere, you don't necessarily see that cloud somewhere. So I always thought that was weird when it came to DC. Kind of random in that department.
Oh no! Oh, baby! We almost had something go down with one of the F-14s. He went full nose wheel steering left and just barely. Oh, my butt puckered on that one. Oh man, that was intense. And the F-18's just like, I don't want to have anything to do with you turkeys being turkeys, and gets the hell out of Dodge. That, oh my God.
Talk about some turkeys, eh?
Oh man. Oh.
Yeah.
That was.
Waiting for the stream to watch that again.
I am too. I'm waiting to see it on chat.
Well,
That
we all
was
been
nuts.
there, though. We all been there.
F-15s are taking active now. Comey, I agree. I think next year we're going to have to do that. There's going to be a time limit.
Yeah, I would tend to
This
agree with
is-
that.
Some teams
I think it's
take
fair for
take too
everybody
long.
involved. You know, yeah, we gotta kind of clean that stuff up.
Granelli says tank slapper. Yeah, I think his steering dampener went out there for his front landing gear.
I got those VKB rudder pedals recently, and it took me a few days to get kind of used to just switching over to it. And there was a few situations like that on the runway. I was kind of just getting out because the no toe brakes and stuff too was throwing me off a little bit. I was all over the place.
Dude, Shindog, I thought we were done. Kick the tires and light the fires. Drops 8,000 bits.
Shabam!
Wham! And I think we're getting close to 2 workstations. We're getting, used off the used market, but we're getting close. Shindog, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. It just makes me happy that you guys are enjoying the show so much. Mr. Mig Master, how much has been donated so far? We're pushing $500 towards the third person views that are going on right now. So on the used market, I think we're getting close to 2 workstations. So it's, man. Turn these off. Separation between the 2 teams is 150 nautical miles. Yeah, Mr. Migmaster says winner gets shit tons of prizes at the end of the year. That they do, man. We're talking like several grand in Thrustmaster stuff, modules, TACView licenses, Fox mounts. It's just ED modules, money. It's like $5 grand worth of stuff to the winner, so it's significant. It's not, just a couple modules. I think the winner of Diamond League, you get 6 sets of Thrustmaster TPR pedals.
That alone
6,
is a hefty chunk of change in metal right there.
And 6 Hornet grips.
Yeah.
So it's, and then Gold League first place gets 4 Warthog HOTASes. So there's a significant amount of money. We're pushing $7,000 worth of Thrustmaster gear.
Soon we'll be on that farming simulator level, my friend. Soon.
One can dream.
One can
dream.
indeed.
We can dream, but we are still in Moltar's basement. So we got a bit to go.
Well, at least we got some new shiny hardware hopefully
That
coming
is
in there
true.
soon. So
Yeah.
you got some
I'm gonna
more
be-
lights and some more things to.
I'm gonna be shopping. That is definitely gonna be for the cluster. All of that is going straight for that.
Does the
So
guy at
I'm
Micro
excited
Center
about
just like see you come in and be like, "Oh fuck, not again"?
No, they're excited because they get he likes me because they work on commission. So I actually know all their names.
Oh, that's true. I forgot if they do work on commission. Yeah,
They
I'm
do
sure
work
it's the
on
total
commission.
opposite of that.
They love it. They love me. And I'm one of the people that goes in there that they don't have to like talk to a 4-year-old.
Yeah, you're not like
So
a noob. Yeah.
we kind of nerd out, and we get in. I always come in there, and I've got a question for them that like none of them have ever even thought of, because I'm trying to do things that are so off the wall that most people do in a professional setting, but I'm just trying to do in my basement. And it's
Just a basement mad computer scientist is what
I
you are, man.
guess. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Never thought when I started my journey in DCS 4 years ago that we'd be in something like SATAL, doing what we're trying to do now. So it's really exciting to me to have something like this be real now instead of it just being ideas. So I'm excited that all of you have come along for the ride along with me.
Indeed.
And everybody else that has contributed to this, because it hasn't just been me. So separation between the two teams is 100 nautical miles. And Billy, you've put in a significant amount of time into this too, man. You've been in here like
I think
every
we're
week
over a
for-
year now. We're about,
Yeah.
just a little over a year. Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
you're
It's
one of
been
the only
fun.
people that's been here every week. Everybody else, I ask for help, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll do it," and you never hear from them again.
Well, I'm an addict, man. I like it. I love this stuff. I can't get enough of it. It's very entertaining to me to watch these type of situations play out. And I think one of the biggest things that has kept me coming back is just how much I've learned. I've watched myself become a better pilot from doing this every Sunday or every Saturday, pardon me, and just learning from watching these groups, the things to do, things not to do, ranges, when to fire, just a lot of different things. Listening to, I got to host that one day with Stooge. I took a lot from just sitting there having a conversation with a guy like him. So I feel like personally it's been very rewarding for me, and that's why I always try to, point that out for someone who's just maybe found us, who's just found DCS as well. Like, stick with us here. You will learn a lot. You will pick up things, and it will help you get better at flying in the simulator, or not, I shouldn't say flying, but fighting within the simulator. We're not necessarily here to teach you how to fly, but we are here to help you learn how to fight a little better, right?
I agree. That's part of this journey too, is just trying to share all of the knowledge that I've accumulated and that we've all accumulated with the community, and sharing it to people that are just getting their journey started. Kojari says, "Is flight stick and pedals all I need? I've got triple screens and all that stuff." The best thing to start with is probably the Thrustmaster T16000M. If you're getting into it, it's probably where I'd start. Spend $100,
Yep.
buy the HOTAS, and go from there. And like Wireless Mouse says, you probably want to track IR.
Yep.
Or if you have
Yeah,
ER, that works too. But I would start with the T16000M and track IR. You do that, you're
It's-
set for a long while.
I think with that 16,000M, it's beautiful, like for the, a low entry, doesn't cost a lot. If you feel like you really enjoy it, you pick that up, you really get into it. It'll last you through quite a bit of play and serve you well. And if you're really playing a lot, like I think someone like, me and Moltar probably got to the point somewhere along the way and went, I'm going to upgrade to some high quality stuff because I'm doing this every day, all the time. Like, it's just worth it to invest in high quality stuff. So definitely, make that progression. I don't recommend people go run out the door, find
Not at all.
DCS, and the next day buy a Warthog, because there's a chance it might be on your shelf 3 months from now if you don't decide DCS is really for you. It's definitely one of those type of thing.
Yeah, and honestly, if you go the T16000M route, you don't even need pedals. You have a twist axis
Pretty much,
that
yeah.
you can do the pedals with. And if you're just getting started, I really don't recommend just jumping in, because you got to figure out what you like, and maybe you really like the twist axis instead of using rudder pedals, and then go along that journey slowly. Don't rush it. Don't just go buy stuff, because it's a big part of it is the learning process, and you got to figure out what you want, because there's a lot of avenues, there's a lot of things and a lot of ways that you can take it. So just take it slow, get what you need, and then go from there. Somebody else asked, how do you start the comms process and learning what everybody is talking about? Just talking to people and flying in multiplayer. Would be
I Googled, when I first got into it, I Googled DCS World Brevity Guide. Yeah, the Brevity Guide. Just, I mean, not that I've memorized every term on that list by any stretch, but I've looked at it enough to where I can use what I need from it to get by. So, and then we're almost at the merge here, folks. These 14 or 15 splitting off here from.
We are getting close.
And the weird formation out of the Iranian.
How are they letting them get this close?
And then here's the first aim 54 out from Alpha Whiskey.
That's 54 is coming from Alpha Whiskey, yeah. What is Challenger doing? He didn't
This
get an
is
aim
strange.
54 off. He's splitting off.
And he
Split-essing.
saw
He's
that.
really fast.
He
Really
saw that
fast.
launch from that 15 because there's no way he's getting, unless
Yeah.
he's single tracked him, which I doubt Blaze was. That was the Twiz shot, no doubt, and he saw that on the radar and turned, so good move on him.
Let's see if we can
Getting
grab
out ahead of that.
54, there it is. Can we see, is it Fallen that this is homing in on?
I think that's Blaze.
I don't see him. Yeah, I think this 54 is trashed.
It looks like it's certainly running out of energy,
It's dead.
but he's
That's not-
turning.
It shouldn't be able to keep with him.
He just did a bit of a interesting split S from the map, at least. And now I'm
He's
looking at
low
him, that
now.
makes way
That
more
missile's
sense.
not
Yeah.
going to have enough energy to
Yep.
to stay with him, and we can continue to ride along with it. Yeah, they're winning the ground.
He split S pretty hard when he got that RWR warning. That's what I think I just saw, at least. Now, IRIAF really kind of putting the pressure now for Hot here with the 214s circling back to back up this initial approach. Most of 104th cold right now, with the Knight and Spade both coming back hot along with Stooge.
Blaze is recommitting. So Blaze is, he's climbing. I like that Blaze is climbing. He's not just staying low. He's giving himself some room to get away from this, or to get away from anything that he's coming in on. And he is getting pretty close, coming in here against Falcon 9. And Falcon 9, how high is Falcon? 17,000 feet. And Blaze has plenty of room to be able to get away from this missile as it comes in a bit closer. So Blaze is not in any way, shape, or form worried about that 120B that's coming in on him. He split S's and gets away. Hunter puts a 120 out on either Spade or Mogas. Don't anticipate that's going to be a problem. And the Knight puts an AIM 54 out on Falcon. Where is it? There it is. I think that's it. Yeah,
It's looking like it's got a shot at it.
that has a really good shot. Falcon staying hot. What do you... No, he's cold. That's not going to catch him.
Oh, no, he's outrunning. For a second there, it looked like he was going to recommit, and I don't
Yeah.
know if maybe it was he hadn't got the warning from it, but he...
I don't... That's not going to catch him. That's out of energy.
They like those Phoenixes like to make you think that they got the
They
energy
do.
to do it.
They really do. They like to make you, I'm going to get him. I'm going to get you. And then it just runs out of energy. But this 120B coming in on Hawk, that's got some oomph behind it. It's got some pepper. Is it going to be able to catch him? He's in a left break. And oh my God, that is like right there.
Oh my
Oh man.
goodness.
Oh my God, the camera angle. That thing was sniffing at his exhaust fumes, yipping at his heels, and it just didn't have what it took to be able to stay with him. Oh my God. And Hunter disconnected. Oh, again, it
I feel
happens
so
to
bad.
IRIAF.
That is rough.
That is rough.
Especially right now, too, because they're staying in this. They got a good formation
I
going. They're
know.
really kind of look how tight. You got 104th grouped up there, right? Or bunched up, I should say. The Iranians look like they're really getting that spread, possibly pulling on a flank right now. Tough to lose that guy.
Yeah, I just hope it's not the beginning of the end for them. Fallen
And
puts
Challenger.
a 120B out on Challenger. Challenger puts an AIM 54 out on somebody who I don't know. Let's grab it and see if we can figure out who it's going in on. Though I doubt we're going to be able to tell who.
Ooh, and Alpha Whiskey also pushed one out on, looks like Mogas, but I don't think those are going to, although Fallen, that could be Fall. That smells like
Can you tell who this 54 is on?
It's gonna split between them. It's on Knight, it
It's-
looks like.
It's got some
Spade
juice.
or Knight.
It's
Yeah,
got
you
some
gotta-
juice, baby. He's turning away. It's turning with him, but I.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
there
it's
goes the
gonna run out of
evasion.
energy.
There's the evasion.
There's
Yep, right over
1,100 knots, and he's going to come up
Ooh,
over
Hawk
the
in trouble.
hill.
that. Hawk needs.
That's
Oh,
not
that
gonna catch
catches
him.
some ground.
But falling now, no. So all those missiles are trash. The AIM-54s just didn't quite have enough energy to be able to stay with them, and now IRIAF is just getting a bit too separated to be able to push concisely. I mean, 104th, I don't necessarily like how close they are, but they're doing well at covering every
Each
angle
other.
coming in
Yep,
here.
yep.
So now it's Hawk coming in here to press. Hawk is low. He's got 4 120s and 2 AIM-9s left. Can you tell who he's coming in on and how far away he is as we ride along with him? He sees somebody right off his nose. I got him visual. But Hawk, that's trouble. That is trouble. He's got a 120 coming in on him. He's not at a notch. That 120's got some energy. We don't see it yet. And I don't think it's going to catch him. I keep saying it's trouble, and they just don't have the energy to stay with him through the egress, and they just burn so much energy. We can hear it hit the ground. Oh no! There's a 73, I think, or an R-77 coming in on Hawk, and it went over the hill. Where is it? Where is it? And I think he got away from it. I think he got line of sight of it. That was quite cool. And did he jettison his AIM-9s? What just happened? I think he just jetted his AIM-9s. And now Mogas is so far in the thick of it. I don't know that IRIAF even knows he's there. Look how far Mogas is
I think
inside
you're right.
the formation.
They don't even know. There's two guys merging with him right now. Oh, did we just lose another one? Or was
Yeah,
that a
we did.
missile I saw disappear?
I know somebody died, and I didn't see it happen. And now Hawk has got a missile coming in on his left flank. I think he's going to pay for it here. He's not aggressive at all, and the missile just doesn't hit him. I keep thinking these missiles are going to come in on him, and Mogas is able to make it out. So Hunter just died. Hunter didn't get hit by anything. So Hunter and Hawk, something happened that I missed. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, because it's giving him a takeoff, which that obviously didn't happen, or did it?
I don't know what happened. Something happened. But IRIAF is down to 6 pilots, and I'm not sure what happened with the extra casualty, but somebody died. Sneaky AIM-9 went into the ground. Thought that was going to be on Falcon.
They haven't shot any. Have we had an actual casualty from Oh, there we go. Yeah, Hunter Knight just looks like he took somebody out.
Yeah, Bullet just got toasted by an AIM-9, and he is dead. Is he going to be able to get that AIM-9 off in retaliation? No. Hawk is able to notch, and 120 coming in there. 120's coming on Fuji. Fuji's trying to finish that F-14, and an AIM-9. Is that going to chase down Falcon? Can we see it back there? Is it back there?
That's an AIM-9. I think he's going to outrun
Yeah,
that.
it's out of energy. And I don't know what Challenger's doing. Challenger is challenging himself by seeing how far away he can get from the fight. Falcon's got a
anchoring over
77
there
coming in
the
on
whole
him. He's not getting away from that one. He gets popped, missing his left wing. He's dead. And then we've got Fuji coming in here, gets schmammered by some type of missile, loses his wings. He's ejected. And then we've got a merge coming in between Blaze and Hawk. They don't see each other.
This is going to finish interesting right here, just based upon this 3-on-3.
They don't see each other. It is a 3v3.
Yeah, this is going to finish good here, folks.
No, it's a 2v4.
Is it 2v4? Oh, it is
2v4. Yep. And Mogas sees Hawk coming in here, I think. No, he doesn't. Nobody sees Hawk, but Hawk sees somebody. Oh,
Nope,
somebody
Fallen's
sees
got
Hawk.
one on him.
Fallen
got
sees
2
Hawk.
AIM-9s on him. He's going to get Spade maybe, though? Nope. And then both of those hit the ground,
Hawk
and it's
gets
just Challenger.
Pounded.
Oof,
And now it's just
never mind.
Challenger. Oh.
That just collapsed real quick.
So now it's just the F-14 remaining for the IRIAF side, and he's trying to run.
What does he have for weapons?
I don't think he has Phoenixes. No, he does. He has one Phoenix,
Oh,
four
wow.
AIM-7s, and two AIM-9s. So he's got pretty much a full load.
Well, folks, we get the true test of the Tomcat here in the gauntlet, if you will. Got to take out 4 F-15s versus 1 F-14 mixed loadouts. I don't know if that recommit was, if he got enough space there. Fallen, really coming in right over top with a direct merge, no shot out, and then there's Blaze with the 9 shot to end.
And I thought IRIAF had it coming in there, but
Did Maverick fly that round? Someone just asked it. Was it Comey asked if he got shot down? I'm trying to think if I saw him fly that round.
I don't know if he flew or not.
I thought he
I don't
flew
think
the
so.
first round,
I
but
think
maybe not the
Mogas
second
took his
one.
spot.
I think that might have been right. Although I may be mixing up this weekend with last round or last weekend.
How is the F-14 still in the air?
Is it still up? He's still flying? Oh, yeah, he was dead for me on the F.
He doesn't have any wings.
Well, and if this isn't the F-14 in a nutshell.
How is he maneuvering?
Hopes and dreams, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe just pure determination.
Sheer willpower?
Yeah, I think that's probably the more likely one.
Like, he is actively still maneuvering. It's not just the plane falling. He is still maneuvering here. He doesn't have any engines. But how is he maneuvering
Just
with just
eating
one
rounds.
horizontal stabilizer?
Just shooting missiles, eating round. This is zombie Tomcat. These damn zombie cats.
There go the missiles on. Oh, he might get a kill. Oh, that just barely missed.
I mean,
How
he's
is he
just
able to
eating
shoot
bullets.
weapons?
Something strange. He's just eating bullets.
Keepler, please. If this doesn't signal that something is wrong with the damage model, I don't know what does. You should not be able to shoot
clip this
weapons
out and
when
send
your
it to
aircraft
somebody,
is like
dude.
this. This
Oh,
should
man.
not happen.
Oh, wow. Sucker is just not stopping.
I
Just more gun rounds. Just keep,
He's still
eating
getting
him, brother.
hit.
Keep eating
He
him.
is still getting hit. That was almost
They
he
maneuver.
just ate another missile. Another missile. And he is still flying level.
He just caught more fire now.
I don't even know how this
He's
is
just shooting
possible.
missiles and yeah, this is.
And my
This
gear
is-
still
this is the
works.
most
I'm on
entertaining
fire,
thing
you
I've
know.
seen.
I don't even know. Oh, the ground made him bump.
The
The
15s
ground.
are just like confused. They don't know what to do anymore. They're just like
Well, I
circling
would-
around like
I
sharks.
would be
like,
too.
ah, like what?
My God. Keepler, please fix.
If it
I don't
burns for
even know
7,
what that was.
I mean, you know, this is pretty wild. This is an IR missile dream right
Impact
here.
33. Throwing out what Heepler says. It says, it's a big aircraft, guys. It should be able to take it.
Just big dick him and go land at the 104th runway, dude. Just land
Guys,
at their air base.
It's all about that big dick energy because we know how big of a hook the Tomcat has. That's really all it
Exactly.
is, right?
Yep.
It's sheer willpower and the energy from that essence that
Just
says,
comical.
I will not die. And it
You know-
doesn't. You saw how many M61 rounds were blowing up on the back of that thing. And the Tomcat's just like, come at me, bro. And then just continues on his merry way. The thing was still turning.
Yeah.
I
And there it goes.
Somebody on the DCS forums is going to be like, well, there was that one time that F-15
Track, please.
from in real life landed with one wing. So it makes sense because the F-14 is a flying body that it could land with no wings and one horizontal stabilizer. Okay? It just makes sense. Given my calculations on my desk, it should be able to do it. Come on. Heat plural. I don't even know what to say anymore. That
had to be one of the. I mean, we don't.
Somebody
get,
clip
like,
that.
We had a lot.
Somebody-
We'll get
Clip that.
problems like here and there with that stuff, but that has to be one of the biggest technical glitches I think we've ever kind of witnessed on SATAL before. I mean, I don't think we've ever seen a plane
We
just
saw
do
it
that.
last week with the Tomcat when it wouldn't go down and Savior died because of it because he went in trying to kill it.
That's right.
You remember
that's
that?
That's right. I do. It was a similar situation where it had disappeared for me, and I hadn't made the correlation that it was doing that until after that. But yeah, I remember that now.
Man, somebody clip that and post it on Hogging and post it on the forums because, damn it, that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Or clip it and we'll relive it. I'll replay
People
it.
flying around the public
Let's
server
relive it
just
again.
on fire,
I will throw it up
shooting
on
missiles
stream.
like crazy.
He almost killed somebody, Billy. He almost killed somebody when he was shooting those missiles. But
I'm
two
just
of
gonna
those
go out and say
A9s almost killed somebody. How the hell is he able to release missiles when he has no wings?
Yeah, I think there was 4 consecutive missile launches while he was a fireball. I'm just gonna go out and say that anytime I get killed on a public server by a 14, it was due to this. I'm just gonna blame it, blame it, everything.
I don't even know.
Anytime I die, just be like,
I
oh
don't
man,
even
those
know.
14s, they don't die.
Oh, you guys clipped it too early. You got to clip it earlier. I want to see the missile launches. Come on.
Yeah, there's like
me
a
another
view where
clip. Make
it's
it longer.
looking down.
There
and
was
there's
a
just
view where
missiles coming out.
I looked up and it was just missiles everywhere. And look at this. Look at those M61 gun rounds just punishing him. That is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Then the ground kills him. Ground 1.
Yeah.
104-0.
I'm pretty sure the ground's undefeated against aircraft. I think that's right. We can say that.
I think you bring up a good point. The ground is
so.
indeed undefeated coming in here.
Yep. That and along with the internet. The internet's probably not undefeated, but probably the best ace of SATAL. I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, on the F-14 isn't. It's not all Heapler's fault. The Phoenix is not the Heapler's fault. That is not their issue. That is ED's issue. Now, I wish more server admins would say, the Phoenix may not be a good fit because of its current shenanigans that it can cause, but that's not the problem. The damage model, though, that's on Heapler. So now Combs says, here's another one. I don't know what does. Let's see. So let's see this one go down. So I'm going to turn up the volume. You guys can enjoy me freaking out about this.
Wow. Sucker is just not stopping.
I don't know.
Just
Combs,
more gun rounds.
You didn't get it either. Combs, come on. There it is. If this doesn't single, that something is wrong with the damage model. I don't know what does. You should not be able to shoot weapons when your
Iron Mike's
aircraft
comment makes
is like
total
this.
sense. Like,
Happen.
Well, not in total sense, but I see where you're coming from there on that. How that could be the case.
I don't know what does. Yeah, you guys got to clip it earlier. There's a part in there where he shoots missiles, and that we're not.
It looked like he launched.
I don't know what does. You should
It
not be
literally
able
looked like
to
all
shoot
four. It's
weapons
like game off the
when
rails
your
at the same
aircraft is
time.
like this. Oh.
That was beautiful. Right there.
Pardon your eardrums. I'm sorry, guys. Had the volume up a little bit too loud for the clip. But man, what a fun, happy, fun time that was. Woo-wee! But congratulations to 104th. They are RTB. We can see Bandar as they come into this, and that was, again, it kind of ended the same way as round 1 did. They got 4 pilots remaining, RTB and back to Bandar instead of Kerman, and it was, what a round. Lazy Seal gets, he's putting it out there. It's not really an ED issue. Oh, you say that they should share it. Yeah, you're probably right, but the damage model, I don't know if there's anything the ED can do about that. I mean, I guess they can say you can't do that, but...
I'd like to hear ED address the Phoenix thing. I'd like to hear a statement or something. What the deal with that is.
Oh, Tuhi, you're probably right. I don't know anything about the back end stuff for Twitch. I'll go back and highlight that. I'm gonna post that on Hoggit. That was crazy. I don't even know what to say about that. But anyway. Oh, Arknight got it. Let's see if he's got it. Like, he is actively still maneuvering.
Wild Boys, yeah, 104th took that 2-0.
Maneuvering here. He doesn't have any engines. But how is he maneuvering with just one horizontal stabilizer?
Just shooting missiles, eating round. This is a zombie Tomcat. Damn zombie cats.
There go the missiles on. Oh, he might get a kill. Oh, that just barely missed.
I mean,
how is he able to shoot weapons?
Something's strange. He's eating bullets.
Keepler, please. If this doesn't signal that something is wrong with the damage model, I don't know what does. You should not be able to shoot weapons when your aircraft is like this. This should not happen. Oh, man. Good clip. Let's jump back in here and watch these guys land. But, guys. Oh. Grumpy, I need to do that. I actually just need to mod a bunch of you. So if you guys have any interest in being a mod, I need mods. The stream's getting too big for me to be able to do a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of cool things that we can do with mods. By mods, I mean moderators. If you think you want to be a mod, send me a message on Twitch. And if I know that you've been in the channel for a while and I like you, we can talk about it. We can see if we can add you as a moderator. And you guys can have some of those mod tools, like putting markers and stuff in. Because there's a lot of things that we can do for cutting up streams and highlights and all this stuff that we can make it. We can do if I include the mods. These guys are coming off the break. Wasn't as pretty as the last one. Man, both those rounds were pretty exciting, Billy.
They definitely were. That was substantially different pace. Substantially different pace than the first match we had this week. So, yeah, that was pretty good right there, especially with that little show at the end.
That just made it all. That was the perfect culmination.
Yeah, indeed.
Of this, the F-14. I'm gonna bet that's gonna get somebody's gonna blame that on lag.
Which one do you usually call the meme machine? Because I feel like whatever that was, it's becoming this thing.
Oh, the F-14 has replaced the F-15. The F-14 is the new meme machine for damage model. No question. No question.
That was cool.
Scratch, for there to be another round, all of the 104th pilots would have to blow up on landing. It's possible they could all lawn dart. We could be going to round 3. But for right now, it looks like they're doing okay. On the flip side of that coin, Billy, I have never seen an F-14 get taken down by one missile. And the 104th F-14 died to one AIM-9.
One AIM-9, wow. We saw both ends of the spectrum.
I think it was
on the
AIM-9.
AIM-9 kill, and then we saw the F-14 that can't die. Both ends there.
Colton says, or Scratch says, he feels like IRIAF should have been given another shot because of the DC. I wish, brother. I really wish we could do that, but it's an international competition, and I can't. The matches or the rounds take so long to get going that when somebody DCs, it's really not in the best interest of everybody to restart the round. I mean, if we did that, teams would just have people disconnect if the round wasn't going very well for them.
I agree. I think that can become a slippery slope. I think time is already a valuable commodity for everybody involved in the whole thing, you guys at home included. And I just think, leaving that up to the fate of things is kind of probably for the better at the end of the day, as opposed to us trying to, people could exploit that. I definitely think if, you were to set it up like that, you would see people attempt to do some stuff like that. And, not to try to point fingers or say anyone is, specifically or anything like that, but I think if you give people the room like that to try to pull something, they very well might.
I agree. Oh. Samurai says, Molten, you leave the Tomcat alone. Not true. Bullets F-14 was destroyed by one. I said it was! It definitely was. It died to an AIM-9, which makes it even more confusing. This one is... Sometimes F-15s die to one missile, but sometimes they're like, I got big dick energy, bro. Come at me. See the size of my tail hook? You're not taking me down with that little thing.
Yeah, it's all the rage these days. You gotta fly with your hook out. Let them know. Show everybody what's up. Let them see that big hook energy. Look at this beautiful little progression we have here. That's a nice view. I think I'm on the delay though.
They got it down. They put the wheels on the ground, and that is going to be it for SATAL this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. 1,400 and 1,700 matches are complete. Our 1,400 match was between UVAF and 36. UVAF took it in 2 rounds over 36th, and then this round, the 1,700 round between 104th and IRIAF, results in a culmination of 104th taking it commandingly over IRIAF with the memes that were the F-14. That was a riot.
And 104th really turning Diamond League into a boat race at this point. What are they, 7-0 now? And that kill death ratio probably just went up at least half a point there, if my math is correct, which is probably not.
No, we'll have to see, but it's probably about that.
Yeah.
Probably about that. So let's check and see what we've got going on next week. Next week we have Diamond League is 59th Ravens versus InSky, and Gold League is 36th versus JG78, and Paddle Pushers versus TAW. That's going to be a good one. Paddle Pushers versus TAW. And JG78 versus 36 might actually be a good one too. I don't know. It depends on which version of these teams show up for Diamond League, 59th and InSky. But next week is probably going to be a Gold League week, so anticipate all Gold League coming in for next week, 1,400 and 1,700. And guys, we are live every Saturday. If you guys aren't following the channel, make sure you hit the follow button, because every Saturday we got more competitive DCS action coming at you. And something else I want to bring to light is Fight for Honor tournament. If you guys aren't familiar with that, check out the DCS World forums. Look for the Fights for Honor thread and get signed up. It's $20 to enter, but all the proceeds go towards the Fold of Honor charity, which is awesome. If you guys haven't checked them out, go to foldsofhonor.com or FOH.org, I think it is, and you guys can see what they've got going on. But that's all I got, Billy. You got anything to wrap this week up?
I think I'm all set. I thoroughly enjoyed today's activities, and definitely think we had 2 good matches. So looking forward to next week. And guys, start checking the standings. We're getting close to the end of the year term here. We have probably 7 to 8 weeks left.
We're going to run through November. We're running
November, so
we got
getting towards
months.
The end of the stretch here. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely.
But we're on the home stretch, and teams are starting to solidify their positions, and teams in the middle are starting to fight it out. So That's all I got, guys. Until next weekend, be watching for YouTube videos and recaps coming on the DCS World Events channel during the week. And until then, guys, I'll see you later. Have a good one.
See ya.